I've been the one that's probably been emailing all of you. And so thank you very much for being here and taking this time. We have a very packed morning, so hopefully we will be able to run through the entire agenda. So first, some very quick house rules. Emergency points are well signed. The emergency exit, should there be an emergency, is to your right on the ground floor. Coincidentally, the restrooms are also to your right. For today's event, you have the agenda on your tag. There's a QR code. You can simply point your phone to it, and you have the entire agenda. Sometimes it downloads as a PDF. Okay, so without further ado, once again, thank you for being here, and we can start our program. And I would first like to invite you to watch a very quick 3-minute clip of one of our investees in Ethiopia, which is Winsol. Thank you.
Gandikia jugalar rifata tabalama.
Ana lume.
Jiruga akkuma aqimititti yani qoteen bulaanis jira. Jireenyi kiyya farsoodha. Araqeen nagada.
Jireenyi keenya ka lafa qonneetuma jiraanna.
Annaa gadiitis immoo angootaaf qoraan guureetoo bulu jira.
Jireenyi keenya isaa hin qotanna.
Karaa hin qabnu baay'ee karaan keenya illee caccabaadha. Bishaan illee hin qabna ka guddis ta'u qabna. Bishaan
daandii hin qabnu, maabiraatii hin qabnu.
Gizee gaazin hin badas gizee tokko hin bada. Agaaxaami immoo ka yaa'u shaama binnee hin ibsanna.
Hin ibsina galgala namni nurraa dhugu hin jiru gaafa callama ta'eefu. Kanaaf jechaadha akkanatti jiraadha. Tasfeen kanuma yaa'u nu rakkina inni ofiisaatii galfatee ofiisaatii ilaalee.
Namatu nu dawwalee yaa'u namni suni soolaarii galfadhaadha, soolaarii hin qabnaa.
Onu bira dhufunu kurraazuma isaanii wajjin calabbasnaa inni gizee sanitti yaa'u ani kanatti fayyadamaa tan jira gizeen tashaashaalee isiniif haffisiisa jedhee isarraan nu dhufe.
Jedhee araan galfannaa nu fidaadha. Gaazii bittaanu nu salacha'ee aarri gaazii funyaanitti daa'ima namma daa'imni teenya bashitaarra buutii nu fidaanne.
Ganama hookaan afaan funyaan cileen isaa nutti namma manni keenya hin qoshoshaa inni nu galchee.
So we use model farmers as our main agent. We give them the solar home system, they showcase the product, they see what they can do with it, and then they promote it for us. So we bring these solar home systems to the rural areas and we sell it to them in 10 to 12 installments. This is called a pay-as-you-go system.
Ya amataatitti fixxanan jaani ji'aanis akkuman argadhettan kaffala jechaadha.
Fakkeenyi egaa soolaarii akkitti jijjiiramne waa baay'ee keechaa nu baaseefan.
Amma yoo ta'e ibsaa gaafa ibsaa kanaatu manatti moti alatti ibsannee akka guyyaatti gurguran.
Immoo hojjaa dhugaa qaban.
Yaa'u deenyatis mana araasi ciisne gaaziin ija daa'imaatitti namma funyaan daa'imaatitti namma.
Dabalata ishee immoo ijoolleen barattullee ina xannaatin galgal.
Kanaaf amma xinnoo tashaashaalaa jirra gaafa ibsaa kana. Yeroo tokko immoo so'annoo moobaayilii sittiin guuttannaa.
Kushinaatti ibsannee hojjaa sanillee halkan hin hojjetanii jechaadha.
Waan itti fayyadamnu shaggaadha. Marbeetii keessas hojii yoo qabaanne hin hojjetannaani. Akkana hoo sirna diggisii minaaminas qabaanne isa ibsannee inda dubbii keenya ibsannee hojjetanna hojjaa san. Akka
elektirikiititti xaxaqqabnee jechaadha. Ifaan ifatti akka guyyaatitti hojjennaan.
Garuu amma ifatti baanee jechaadha sooraan kun eeganuu dhufe.
Thank you very much. And without further ado, I would like to invite Victoria Sobo, the CEO of AECF, to do our welcoming remarks.
Thank you, Ricardo. Every time Ricardo says his name, I'm like, at least if we call him Ricardo, then he say, I'm Ricardo Pereira. Great to be here this morning. Thank you so much for joining us. This is a gathering of 3 categories, which is really our funder, the investees who have benefited from this program, and then the funders and institutions that work within the energy finance ecosystem. And we are really grateful that you chose to be here with us this morning. Acknowledge the presence of Katie and Rick from Development Office, FCDO. If this was in Kenya, we would be calling them the guest of owners, and we would be having some dancers for them. But for today, because we did not get this, we want to acknowledge your presence and you making time to be here. Rick wants to come here and give us some dig. So I don't know how many of us here do not know about AECF, but I will make the assumption that we all do, at least a bit. But I never miss the opportunity to be able to share once more about AECF and what we do. And at AECF, we support innovative businesses in the renewable and the renewable energy and agribusiness space. We exist to lift up Africa's most vulnerable, the women, the youth, and persons living in fragile contexts by nurturing small and growing businesses. We do this by providing catalytic capital. We do this by providing technical advisory support, investment readiness, and facilitation to businesses that we really believe are hidden gems poised for greatness, but struggle to access funding from traditional sources of finance. As I've said, we provide more than finance. We provide technical advisory support that takes businesses on a pathway from initial idea through growth to readiness for further investment. We travel with them to a position of strength where they typically attract additional funding. We always target a 3 times greater than our initial investment. As at the end of 2022, our leverage level was at 5, with renewable energy coming at a leverage of 3. I think for every funder, if you give $1 and you get an additional 3, that is a great achievement. As we are here today, we really are here because of the household solar program that we've been implementing as the AECF over the last 4 years with the funding from the UK government. And we do know, all of us who are in this room, the promise that distributed renewables holds for solving energy access for underserved communities. And it's not removed from us how energy poverty is a harsh reality for many families and adversely affects their lives. Look at the story we just watched. The families that Winsol has been able to impact. Sometimes I tell people when you talk about de-risking for private sector to go to places they otherwise would not, it's not just a story. By the time you're choosing as a private enterprise to cover so many kilometers in very difficult terrains in order for a household to have a chance at a better life, that's boldness, that's courage. And it is impossible to do that in the absence of initiatives such as the one that FCDO funded AECF to implement. Despite the abundance of solar as a resource, and I know that Tonu from Gogla is in the room, we have so much data about Sub-Saharan Africa, and I keep wondering, Tonu, this 560 million number is just staying stagnant from, that is the number. It's not coming to 550, not going to 500, But these statistics are not really, they are not changing as fast. 43% of the continent still lack electricity. And COVID and many other disruptions have actually worsened the situation, rolling back the gains of an already precarious situation, especially for very, very marginalized households. We have deployed over $111 million to renewable energy companies across the Sub-Sahara as AECF, and that is to 182 off-grid companies, impacting 2 million rural and marginalized households and opening markets that have attracted over 370 million in private capital. We've managed about 6 renewable energy and adaptive climate technologies program, with the household solar program being one of them. And each of them has had its own flavor, technology agnostic. HS, however, is technology specific. We were just seeking to look and say, how do we get, a concentration of solar home system companies and really get to understand better how to accelerate their growth in order to accelerate the access to energy by the customers that we seek to service. We have a very strong belief at the AECF really that distributed solar home systems provide an effective and affordable way to bring light to people without electricity. And hence why we chose to say we couldn't just have implemented HS and then we send a report to FCDO, that it is important for us to come together and be able to share the lessons, and hopefully we can take it on in whichever model, in whichever way, depending on where we are sitting as investors, as researchers, as industry actors. So 2017, we launched HS with FCDO. That is round 1. 2019, round 2. So far, we've invested in 17 businesses, have reached 167,000 households, and Ricardo and Audrey will share with us further on these numbers in the following session. I think for me, what really was exciting is to get to see that 85% of the households that were accessing energy through the AECF-funded program were accessing this for the first time. That is what additionality looks like. And this is not our numbers. These are independent numbers as verified by 60 decibels. What are some of our key takeaways? I think number 1 really is off-grid decentralized solar home systems are the most effective option, is the most effective option for first-time access to electricity. Look at Smarter Grid in Nigeria. They've been able to reach 10,000 households within such a short time. And really it was about solving for affordability for the households. Access to finance remains a really big challenge for solar home systems companies. And I'm hoping that the panelists will be able to share more about this, because they have funding that they are holding and somehow they are not able to deploy to these companies, and we can together get to learn what are the challenges and how do we help the companies to overcome in order to unlock further capital. As we all know, profitability of SHS models is still elusive. We haven't yet figured how to get companies, like M-Copper has now decided to go a totally different route to think about working in the pay-as-you-go mobile space, and really just because the business model wasn't going to be sustainable if they only focused in the pay-as-you-go, our solar. The other thing is really the huge need for fit-for-purpose risk-sharing instruments that we need to be able to put together, capital stacks that really make sense for the Sub-Sahara context. And we need to work a little harder to be able to de-risk for investors whose fiduciary mandate does not presently fit the risk profile of African off-grid companies. As I conclude, I must say that sitting at the AECF, I am ever so grateful for partners who choose to think that it is worth using catalytic capital and bank on entrepreneurs to really present solutions for Sub-Sahara. So thank you again, FCDO, for thinking that grant capital was fit for private sector enterprises. So many times we answer the question, why are you giving grant money to private businesses? And I say, but why not? We are doing boreholes in rural Africa, and then we are having our wonderful ambassadors come to dance as the water gushes out. And then if they came back 5 years later, it would be rotten iron that they will be exposed to. Because subsequent to the grant period, there was no funds to actually maintain the borehole. But if there was a private sector company that had figured how much the community was willing to pay, chances are that that borehole would be continuing to run that many years. So we really continue to believe at the AECF that providing grant capital to private enterprises allows for them to push product and services to rural communities who are as deserving as the rest of us who are in this room who don't have to deal with energy issues. Energy is not just about powering appliances. It's about transforming lives and empowering economies. Each of us in this room is an active participant in the effort to uplift communities that have long been underserved. And I laud you. We must keep going and find the business models, the entrepreneurs, the capital that will move us closer to clean, reliable energy access to all. And more importantly, it's really about changing lives and expanding horizons for the people who are not in this room, but are relying on us, on our commitment, on our expertise in order for their lives to be better, in order for their children not to have to suffer the pains of poverty that they themselves have suffered. I do hope we have a great morning together and that this also will be a start of many other conversations. Ricardo, do I invite Rick or you want to come?
I can do it. Thank you very much.
I think you need to do it. So if
yeah. So thank you so much, Victoria. Can we have a round of applause, please? Take the mic. Thank you. And I would like now to invite Rick Albrecht, the Deputy Development Director for the High Commission of Kenya, to give his speech.
Oh my goodness. I was at an event yesterday where I represented the High Commission and they put up the picture of our Deputy Head of Mission rather than me, who was a lady. And I spent the first 5 minutes trying to explain that I was not the person on the screen, but you had me instead. But thankfully today, yes, that's me. So in traditional Kenyan style, let me start by identifying the VIPs in the room, so Victoria, Ricardo, people from around Africa, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and as they say, all protocols observed. And now I can start with my speech. So, sadly, the people who should have been here from the FCDO, my colleagues Harry Hagan, Chris Thompson and others, were unable to travel. But they've kindly given me a speech. So you have a choice. You can either have my speech, which will be a bit more informal, or you can have their speech. Or maybe I should do both, to give you a bit of what they would have liked me to have said and what I would like to say. So from my perspective, it is a huge privilege to be here at what is termed an end of program event to understand what the impact that the UK's funding has had, working with AECF and others through this particular challenge fund. Because the reason I say that is because I was there at the beginning of it in 2015-16 as we were designing the program. I was in Africa Department in headquarters, designing the program. I was the senior economist for Africa, and I subsequently left that team to come out to Kenya, and I've been here for 4 years. So for me, to have seen the beginning and now to learn about the where we've got to is fantastic. And so my goal over the next few hours is to speak to as many of you as possible and to understand your stories and to hear your successes. But also, if you'll be open with me, to talk to me about some of the challenges that you've faced as well. I would really love to learn as much from your successes as failures. That's part of our job in FCDO, is to think about how we can learn from all experiences. So please do come up to me afterwards. I'm Rick. Come and talk to me about your experiences of this particular challenge, but also your experiences of working in the various countries where I know you've all come from. So please do use this opportunity to come and talk to me. But not just me. I'm here with Katie, who has come out from headquarters and the team that have been managing this particular program. So do please come and talk to Katie as well, who's just sitting here at the front. So now I've done my bit. Forgive me for just sharing a few thoughts from the team that have been managing this. So, the React Household Solar, it's been 5 years of implementation, probably not enough, but certainly a good start to test, to use a challenge fund approach to take risk and to support companies, businesses to expand their operations, to get started and to make a difference on what is, I think, one of the most challenging of the SDGs, so the Sustainable Development Goals, number 7, focusing on access to reliable and affordable energy. The household solar revolution, if you like, started in Kenya a few years ago with focusing on off-grid. It started about a decade ago, and AECF were part of that revolution as early investors in small disruptor companies that are now some of the biggest names in the sector. You've mentioned Mkopa Solar, Bbox, and then there are many others. And I enjoyed, I have to say, I looked at the AECF website yesterday and I was thrilled to see so many of the anecdotes, the stories of companies that have been supported through AECF, and I strongly encourage others to look at that as well. So the revolution started a while ago and it's continued through the React Household Solar Challenge Fund that we're celebrating today. I'm delighted that the UK, through DFID and now FCDO, has been able to support this initiative. We started the Africa Clean Energy Programme in 2016 to accelerate off-grid energy access in Africa. And as I say, to learn from your experiences will help us in the next step and where we go next to achieve SDG 7 by 2030 and beyond. So over the last 5 years, the Challenge Fund has provided finance to the next generation of pioneering solar companies, many of you here today. 17 companies, I believe, across 7 countries received support, and I'm pleased that many have succeeded, and I'm sure many will succeed at some point in the future. So delivering electricity, delivering power, delivering energy to households which have never, 85% I think you said, had never received before. I mean, that is a phenomenal achievement. So we're not just doing what's there and doing it better, but we're actually going to new markets and reaching new households who've never had that. And listening to the experience of that, the family in Ethiopia was really the different aspects that electricity in those households can deliver. It doesn't just deliver on SDG 7, right? It's delivering on many of the other SDGs, whether it's education, clean water, security, air, so health as well. So really fantastic achievements that we can do together through such an approach to solar. Now, I guess there's a challenge, right? Do you focus on solar or do you focus on clean energy more broadly? I mean, it's interesting. I'd be interested to learn more about your experience of that and whether that was the right thing to do or we could have thought more broadly. But I guess that's one of the learning challenges we've got. So I think also one of the other areas which the Household Solar Program has really focused on is the pay-as-you-go model, and thinking about that to create an affordable approach to reaching those households that are not connected, and to make it commercially viable. The challenge we face now is what do we do next as the FCDO, as AECF? Where do we go next with our support for SDG 7 and affordable access to electricity? Is it to continue the same kind of model, or is it to innovate and be creative and find a new model, a new way of supporting and achieving these goals? We know that achieving the SDGs is not going to be achieved through grant financing. It's how we can leverage and use our grant financing to galvanize and create innovative ways of attracting other investment into various sectors. So one question I have for you all is, as private businesses, private investment, you know, what do you want from us? What do you want from the UK government or development partners as you go forwards? Is it the same, or is it something different? We learned, or I learned at least this morning, this balance between finance versus technical assistance, and it's something we've juggled or tried to think about in Kenya, in particular on economic empowerment programs, and working with government to try and find a sustainable model that allows people in Voi or Taita Taveta, Turkana and elsewhere. You know, how do we create a business model that supports entrepreneurs, not wealthy entrepreneurs at the lower end, but how do we help them to escape poverty and to progress, to transition, if you like, out of poverty in a way that is sustainable? And the challenge we've got is the technical assistance that the government is able to provide is not at the same level. It's not at the same quality, and it's not being funded on a regular basis as development partners have been able to do. So the model is, the challenge there is the sustainability. The finance, yes, we can do, but a sustainable model with technical assistance that really reaches households at that level is really difficult to do on scale. And I think that's the challenge, is how do we take some of these innovations to scale? I've deviated a little from the speech, forgive me. So let me finish by where I started. So Victoria, Ricardo and others from AECF, who I look forward to meeting in due course. It has been a fantastic journey that we've been on together. We are delivery partners, we're development partners, we're not funder and implementing agent, we are development partners in the truest sense. We have a vision, we have a passion, rural development in its broadest form, energy, but using innovative, creative ways to have impact. And I think from the UK government's perspective, it has been a fantastic partnership. I've no doubt I will learn more about the successes in due course, but to say that we are very proud of the work that AECF have been doing with our money, but the way that we've been doing it together, I think, has been fantastic. We've been on a journey with AECF from its birth in Agra through to being a really mature, innovative and effective institution, and we're very proud of that. I'm very pleased that to have been with you on that journey. And so let me conclude by saying, to reiterate what I said at the beginning, please do take the opportunity to speak to myself and Katie. I want to learn more about your experiences, but also I want to learn a bit more about what you want from us going forwards, because this isn't the end of the journey. We have 7 years until 2030, and I've no doubt there'll be opportunities beyond that as well to continue to make a difference on people's lives through solar energy, through other forms of clean energy, and to really make a difference to people's lives. So thank you for coming here today, and I look forward to continuing the conversations with you.
Thank you very much. Thank you all. And we will get now going with the rest of our program, but thank you very much to both Victoria and Rick for setting the mood for the next packed morning. Sorry, I have these. Okay, here we go. So once again, I'll introduce myself. My name is Ricardo Pereira. I am the program manager for React Household Solar, and it's a true pleasure to be here today with you to share a lot, because there is a lot. And Rick has just told me, can you tell me who's in the room? And he's been, and thank you for the offer. And I think this is what it's really about. We have a very good mix in the room of the investees, the companies that are in the countries. We have 7 countries that we have funded under this program present in this room, but we also have a lot of the investor community who's here that's looking at what these companies are doing and how do we then scale further. And we have purposely set that the breaks are long enough and the lunch is long enough so that there is this opportunity for you to connect, because this is what it's really all about. It's about hoping that you can connect with others and you can talk and we can actually share a lot of what we've learned. So, allow me now to share with you the journey and the impact of why we're here today, and which is the React Household Solar Program. I will put this down here. So, where do we start, and where did we come from? So it's been, as we've all heard, it was quite a while ago, 2017. I think with everything that's happened, it feels like an eternity. But that's when we first sounded, and hopefully you would have been able to see your agenda in the session brief and realize that the React Household Solar was funded in 2 rounds. So the first round that we've signed, and at the time there was also a change, still DFID, now FCDO, was done in October of 2017. And that was the first funding, which was a smaller amount, but it was to test to see if this could really go through. We then moved and we did the funding agreement just a couple of months afterwards, just in July of 2018, for the round 2 of this, having proved that the round 1 was actually quite successful. So in 2018, everything was great, and then, obviously, global pandemic, March of 2020, everything shuts down. And we have this goal of achieving at least 700,000 people, and we're only at 329,000 beneficiaries by March 20. And everything, I mean, I'm not going to talk about what happened in the pandemic, you all know, but businesses shut down, and because this is a technology-specific program, we were funding solar home systems, of which a lot of them depend on the global supply chain, which also shut down. We saw that our investees really, really were meeting with tough times. And then we had to now be innovative on how do we support, how do we continue, how do we ensure that we don't close shop, but most importantly, how do we ensure that the impact is still delivered. We are, sorry, the clicker. Okay, here we are. And by last year, March of 2020, the first round had closed. The first round, and most of the companies, some of them are actually present here. We were in 4 countries. We were in Malawi, Zambia, Zimbabwe, and Sierra Leone. The disbursement closed in March of 20s, and we were managed to already reach 618. So things were looking more positive. Okay, we had this goal. Remember, the goal was 700,000, and even though the pandemic had hit, we'd still managed to reach 618. So a tip for whoever's coming to speak next: don't point the pointer there. The clicker's there. And here we are today. And this is why I think it's a celebration. I really feel that today is a celebration. Why we're here? Because we have actually surpassed what we first set out to achieve. We are today, so these are numbers that we've just verified as of June this year, and we are at 833,000. households or beneficiaries. So with the event, what we really wanted to show was what happened during these key timelines? How did we manage and what did we learn along the way? And I think that's also the key message here is we have been on this, and I'm also directing this to the investees that are here. We have been on this journey for a very long time. We have learned a lot, but we need to put those learnings out because it's based on those learnings that we can progress. It's based on those learnings that we can improve and better design these next few programs that will come afterwards. So, again, it's a mixed room, but I know metrics are important, so here are the metrics. 2 competitions, 17 companies funded, $8.7 million disbursed, 11.1 leverage from private sector. We had, in terms of direct jobs, it's over 500 jobs. Obviously, again, this is technology specific. So we've had a significant 2.7 megawatts of clean energy capacity and 5,000 tons of CO2 emissions reduced. But the real story, and I think we've both touched on this, which is 167 households, which mean 836,000 people, of which 39% are female, but of which, more importantly, 85% of those is the first time. These are the globals. I think 60 decibels will come in and give you then the specifics around. But I think these the bottom units, which is first access and living below poverty, and the average benefit of the average net benefit per household, are really the true demonstrators of the success of this program. Ooh. Okay, and sorry, you've now seen what comes next. So maybe the clicker is not a good idea. Okay, and I think these are the stars of our, for sure, these are the stars of our show, which is, I just wanted to highlight both Charity, who lives in a small village close to Ndole in Zambia. And Charity is a mother, has a family of 15, right? Is 9 children and 6 grandchildren. And her story was extremely touching to us because Charity is a farmer and had a big struggle with respiratory problems, and the fact that they had to use kerosene did not really help. And the cost, just the affordability of it in Zambia, it really made a difference. When Vitalite came in, so Vitalite is an investee of ours that sits in Zambia. They're also in Malawi. But when Vitalite came in and they tailored the product to her specific affordability, a means of affordability, the life just changed. And not only for her, but this was a generational, because they all live in the same household. So yes, their children benefit, but it's the grandchildren that I think that's really what the story struck us, which is we're really creating now a generation that associates illumination with renewable energy, with solar home systems. So for them, illumination no longer is part of kerosene, but it's really coming from this solar panel, from this black little box that sits on top of the roof. And for us, that was really a systemic change that we saw. The next one was about a business, and how a business that was about to fail due to the needs of heat, the needs of remuneration. They brew. It's a family in Zimbabwe, and through Zoneful, they do farming for broiler chickens. And the fact that they were managed to eliminate this meant that they had slightly more money to then do the heating, to do the feeding. And this has been a successful business. The fact that the business has been successful has meant that they not only pay their first system, they pay their second system, and they pay their third system. They really managed to reinvest and just grow through the solution. So, although not here and not present in this room, and unfortunately, I think these are the stories that we really want to highlight, because these are the true definitions of success, and through this program. Okay, and now to our key learnings, and we've talked about this and how these are important, and there are a couple of them. It's hard to unpack all of them in just one go, but I think let me start, and I think a lot of these that are here are going to be starters to the conversations that we're hopefully having today, and some of them are easier to have, some of them are a little bit more challenging. So I think the first one is, through the program we have demonstrated that solar home systems are the least expensive and actually the most effective, if we're talking about rapidly rolling out affordable first electricity access. The second one is that we have actually gone beyond, so the program has gone beyond just doing the household level. REACT-HS has really looked at how do we transform the sector, and this has been because through our implementation of the programs, REACT-HS was the first program, and I've mentioned 2017, and I've mentioned the countries, Malawi, Sierra Leone, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. Through our partnership, we were the first countries that actually came in providing catalytic funding. That meant that we demonstrated that it was possible to do it, and we invested in, because we've done that, we have managed to have this lever ratio that Victoria had just mentioned in her opening speech of, for every dollar invested, we've managed to capitalize another 3. The difficult conversations, subsidies. So we've had the assumption, and around 2017, 2018, the energy sector report, sorry, I forgot the name exactly, I will then get it specifically, but at the time it mentioned that solar home system companies using pay-as-you-go would become viable, financially viable within 5 years. That was the assumption that we had. Program rolls out, and we had a pandemic in, but we have now gone 6 years in, and we realize it's not true. Companies need at least 8 to 10 years, and they require this patience, they require this catalytic funding to continue. So we do, however, also understand that subsidies are not eternal, and therefore part of the conversation, once again here, is what other mechanisms can we now put in place that will support. But it is, if we're still trying to tap into markets, if we're still trying to support first comers, subsidy. The path to profitability, I think we've all discussed this, and I've touched now on the few bases. The global pandemic obviously did not help, and again I'm looking at Patrick, and we know that access has actually scaled back. So we went back in time with the global pandemic. The access that we had actually not only looked at the beneficiaries, we not looked at company, but we've also, with the support of our partners, which is also the ACE program, IFC and ACEF, we've managed to holistic approach. And I think Ethiopia is an example where we came into an understanding through our investees of the difficulties of operating in such a market, the access to Forex, inflation, and working with other partners within the country to have policy reforms, to have sector reforms, getting the National Bank of Ethiopia to approve an exemption of Forex to some of the investees. So it's this holistic approach, but that was only made possible because we worked as a group, because we worked together. So I think this is also one of the key learnings that we have. We do need to work together in order to get some of these achievements in these tough markets where we are. And I'm looking at my timekeeper, and I think that is my time. And I will stop here, and I would like to now invite Audrey from 60 Decibels to come and do a presentation. Thank you very much.
Hi, everyone. As you can see from the screen, my name is Audrey. I'm an associate at 60 Decibels. And a little bit about 60 Decibels. We are an independent social impact measurement company, and we help organizations and enterprises like AECF listen to their customers and users really, and learn about the impact of products and services directly from customers. We believe customer voices should be centered in all conversations around impact, and it sounds obvious, but a lot of people talk about impact without really listening to customers. So we help verify impact, and that's what we did for the React HS programs. I'm so sorry. Ricardo, looks like I've not learned from you.
I will do it. Just give me a sign, and I will pass the slide.
Okay, let's go back to the old school way. Okay, so, okay. I was going to place it there. So in terms of the methodology that we use, as highlighted there, we do remote surveying. So all of these interviews are done via phone. We have a team of over 1,000 local researchers. So in each of these countries, we are using local researchers to actually conduct these surveys remotely. And for the React HS program, we spoke to 1,298 customers. And so you can imagine this is large scale. The story you saw with Winsol, we're doing that with over 1,000 customers. And in this presentation, we've included 5 React HS companies based in Malawi, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. Great, so there are lots of learnings for sure, so I wanted to just highlight 6 things that stood out to us from the data that we collected. So one of the things we see is that 84% of customers are accessing products for the first time. Okay. For the first time, and 74 of them say they could not easily find a good alternative. I think this is something that we've already talked about, how company contribution is key in terms of our products being accessed for the first time. This really shows whether companies are serving underserved population, and this is the case that we saw with React HS companies. Ricardo, next slide, please. So we usually simply ask customers whether they owned a similar product or service like the one the company provides, and as you can see, 84 say they did not. And this really shows that this portfolio companies are reaching underserved markets, and the first-time access for the portfolio companies is higher than our 60 decibels benchmarks, which I'll get a little bit into. But because we've worked with hundreds of organizations, we're able to benchmark performance of each company against our data. So in terms of this fast access, we see the React HS companies outperforming our benchmarks. Next, please. Another aspect of company contribution that we usually measure is access to alternatives. We want to understand what is the competitive landscape from a customer perspective. Obviously, this is really important for business insights, but also it really goes to show whether customers have limited options, what types of options they have out there. And we see that 7 in 10 customers saying they cannot easily find a good alternative to their solar home systems that are being provided by the React HS companies. Next, Ricardo. So the second insight that we see is that AECF portfolio companies has room to reach more customers in low-income household. So this is an insight we tend to see with all the companies we work with in the energy sector, and we'll talk a little bit about what that means. Given that we focused on countries in Zambia and Malawi, according to the World Bank, Zambia is a low-income country, and so those living below the $3.20 per day line are considered to be in poverty, while in Malawi, those who live below $1.90 line per day are considered to be in poverty. And as you can see, so this was focused, we only had data for four of the companies out of the 5. And as you can see, there is definitely room to reach more lower income customers. So the blue bar shows the percentage of Malawi national on the right-hand side, and then the left-hand side, sorry. And then the yellow indicates the percentage that the company is reaching. Next. So when looking at impact, we see that the use of the portfolio company's solar home system is catalyzing a positive impact. Overall, 97% of customers say their quality of life has improved. Next, please. So one of the focus areas we wanted to understand is productive use. So I'll quickly go over this. We see that most of the customers used their solar home system at their homes. So there's 7% who were using it for income-generating activities, which is not a surprise because most of this really is about household solar. Next. As you can see, we have 97 overall who say their quality of life has improved, with 82% reporting significant changes. And some of the drivers for this are the same stories we see with Winsoul, where it's access to energy, access to an improved energy source. Some of them also talk about reliability of the solar home system. They talk about the payment plan being a way for them to even access and be able to have the solar home system. Great. So moving on to customer satisfaction, we see overall there's high levels of customer satisfaction with the React HS companies. The NPS is at 69. Next slide, please. So again, this is like a classic question, industry question on whether they're likely to recommend, and it really indicates customer loyalty and satisfaction. And so this is great that, you know, on average, we are at 69, which is an excellent NPS. So we wanted also to understand what the customer experience is. And so we usually ask customers whether they're experiencing challenges with their products, and if so, whether their challenges has been resolved, and also what was the process like in terms of getting their issue handled. So we see that overall for this portfolio companies, a third of customers say that they've faced a challenge, and over half of these customers say that their challenge has not been resolved. So this is definitely one of the focus areas where we would recommend support for these companies, trying to figure out the issue resolution process and how they can make it easy for customers to have their issue resolved, so that they're able to maximize the benefit they can actually get from these products. Lastly, whoa, I feel like I've just went through all of this. Sorry, we do not have a lot of time. But lastly, I wanted to just talk a little bit about our benchmarks and how the React HS portfolio companies compares. And we see that in all the indicators, they are outperforming or at par with the 60 decibels energy benchmarks in 5 out of 7 metrics. So that is quite great. And we'll just talk a little bit about what those metrics are. Sorry, next slide, please. So the first thing that I've already touched a little bit on all of this, fast access, access to alternatives. And so one of the things I wanted to highlight there is income inclusivity. as I'd indicated, different countries have different recommended poverty lines, and so at 60 decibels to allow for comparability of results across different countries. So this is lower income country, low middle income countries. We usually use the income inclusivity, and this is really just the average of the country and company performance across 3 poverty lines. So we will focus on like the $1.90 line per day, the $3.209 line per day, and the $5.80 line per day to get an inclusivity ratio. And as you can see, the React HS companies is outperforming the 60 decibels benchmark, and so there's just room for improvement with in terms of female inclusivity and also in terms of access to alternatives, perhaps in differentiating their company products so that they're able to compete better in the market. So at the far end, you will see at the bottom left, you will see what our benchmark entails. So it has 109 projects, 99 companies, and in 25 countries with over 25,000 voices. So this is how we help companies set performance targets and really see how they compare to peers in the industry and also subsector. I think that's my time. Yes, that was great. Yeah. Thanks, Ricardo.
Thank you so much, and great timekeeping. Thank you. Thanks, Audrey. I just wanted to highlight 2 things, and hopefully this has come across. We did zip through the presentations as well, but the countries, we have 7 countries, right? We've mentioned round 1, Malawi, Sierra Leone, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. And round 2, it's Senegal, Ethiopia, and Nigeria. So these are the companies that are here present today. So I just wanted to highlight that. And we are touching a lot, or focusing a lot on round 1, and I guess on the next panels, we will focus also on the round 2 companies. But from round 1, who's been with us right from the very start, I would like to invite Macmillan, the CEO of FinCoop Sacco.
Okay, thank you. So I think Ricardo was able to move around down here, so I'll try that. Because here, it's like the president is speaking. So all protocols observed, as borrowing from the area colleagues. It will be difficult to mention all the VIPs, so we just say all protocols observed. I would like, first of all, to agree with the speech that the CEO of AECF, part of it, indicated that the project was focusing on the companies that are growing. We are one of the companies that are growing, but I would like to admit that by that time, we're a company that was dying. So you would see that they took a big risk in investing in FinCorp. At the time we were doing the first speech, I had a letter in my pocket that the central bank was saying close in 30 days. If that project failed, we could have not been here. So you would see the impact of the project. So I am Macmillan Nankonya, the CEO of FinCorp. And FinCorp happens to be one of the very few community-based circles. Some of you know about circles. So from Malawi, we are almost 3 community-based, but we are over 60 circles. So we work with the rural. That's where our main work is. So we are a financial institution. We are microfinance. So you may be wondering why microfinance is in the energy space. So I think we'll talk about that in the process. So FinCorp started way back, and we made gains, we made losses in the process as part of the evidence that I've just said. So in the process, we chanced this chance. I wouldn't say chance, this is life. we made life in the process. So as FinCorp, we are providing financial services that are tailor-made for the rural. So in the financial services, we included what we called green loan product. So green loan product is a product that is focusing on access to renewable energy, and that answers the question as to why a microfinance in this space. So we have several financial products, and including the green loan product that is looking at renewable energy. We have 19,000 members as of now. The time we are going into the project, we had 5,000 members. So the numbers have increased from the project. And before the project, we went down from 45 to 5,000. So you would see the magnitude of the loss. From 45 to 5, we lost 40 from agriculture financing. So we really need to go back to the rural, but how? So we identified a challenge that the rural was facing, that was energy. That's why we're in there. So in the space of renewable energy, we were there in 2018. I mean, actually we started in 2015 using our resources, but we are so much into it from 2018 when we went into the project. That is when we would say FinCorp now is part of the renewable energy. And I would want to say that in Malawi now, almost all the banks are going into the renewable space using our story. Because in the past, people thought the banks are supposed to provide financial services only. But there should be a blend between access to energy and access to finance. That's what we are doing. So in Malawi, 85% of Malawians don't have access to energy. So 15% has. That's a challenge, right? Is it a challenge? And it's also an opportunity. It's a business opportunity for those who are in the energy space. So where there is a challenge, there is a business opportunity for business people. So that creates an opportunity, right? And 48% of Malawians have access to finance. And that also creates an opportunity for you to be sure that maybe we are able to recover the money. And that creates an opportunity again to increase access to finance. So if we blend the two, we are going to achieve all the goals. That's why we are doing that. Now, access, let's take the 85%. The 85% doesn't have electricity, not because there are no available technologies, but because of issue of affordability. So we needed to look at that particular part. That's why we are in that space again, to look at how can we deal with affordability issues. So options has to be available in that space. So the numbers, a little bit of it. So far we have reached out to about 5,400 households with renewable energy. That means about 25,000 people, if you do an average of 5 per household. And from there we have 2,492 women that are women-led households. So in this case, from the 5,400, 2,400 are women-led households, and 215 SMEs, and their savings per household, about $200 per household. You may wonder how we arrive at this. The systems does not only do writing, they also provide other energy like phone charging. Those things are the costs that the households were supposed to be taking. And the SMEs, you see, this is a drugstore in the rural. At 5, they were supposed to be closing. But now, they open up to 8 hours because of the systems. And people in the community have access to drugs when needed. So challenges, in the way we met challenges, one, the common challenge, COVID-19, that affected us. One, repayment rates dropped. and the supply chain was also affected. We have the current animal, hyperinflation, almost affecting all the countries in Africa. That is also affecting us, and that reduces the ability to pay back by the users. We were hit by Cyclone Freddy. That one again affected us, and the effects are showing up now because it happened earlier this year. So the effects are showing up now, but we are looking at how we can deal with it. But these three issues has been clear factors that has affected us. So Roson's rent, we believe that financial inclusion has to be blended with access to renewable energy if we really need to de-risk the rural communities. Because why we have challenges in repayments, those companies that don't pay as you go agree with me, default rates are high. But why are they high? We need to come up with measures to de-risk that. How do we do that? We need to blend access to finance and access to renewable energy. If we do that, we are good to go. And that's why we think it's important to deliberately engage financial service providers to go into the renewable space. They are specialists in terms of accessing the ability to pay back by the borrowers. So there is a link, we think there is a link between access to financial inclusion and access to renewable. And we also notice that when we look at women being vulnerable population, for us, we look at women as a low-risk population because most of the loans that we had provided to women were paid back fully. Whilst those, I'm not discrediting men, but men, we are very difficult. We need to do several reminders, including taking police dogs to have somebody repay your loan. So deliberate measures to reach out to women red households would possibly help in making sure that we recover the loans and include them in the chain, both financial inclusion and access to renewable energy. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Macmillan. And I think we have Malawi, and if you haven't figured out by now, I'm from Mozambique, and we both have suffered with Cyclone Freddy coming in. I think the first cyclone that came into the land went out for a couple of weeks and came back in, and even through those adversities, and just demonstrating how also these climate change events affect all of our portfolio. Okay, we have a Q&A session planned here, but we are running slightly behind time, and I would probably want to favor the connection between you all. So I will skip protocol, and I will, if you allow me, I will invite you all to have a 20-minute break so we can be back in the room for the next session. The next session runs until lunchtime, has two panels. So we're going to have a panel with our companies, discussing some of the challenges, discussing some of the lessons, and then we're going to have a panel with a lot of the investors that are here in the room and our colleagues from Gogla. And those will have the opportunity for you to have questions for it to be a little bit more interactive. So right now I will invite you, there's a coffee break outside, network, and let's be back here at 11:45. So it's 10:25, so if you can be here at 11:45, I would appreciate it. Thank you all. hope you had a nice break and managed to connect. There's going to be, if we manage to stick to time, then we're going to have quite a long lunch, so we'll be able to also have another opportunity to network. Okay, so just a quick reminder, once again, if you want to see what's up, you have the agenda on your tag, which is the QR code, and hopefully you've got a chance. If not, and if you do need the restrooms, they're on your website. Okay, so for this next hour, so we're starting now at. I think we'll try to keep this to 50 minutes, so we have the hour for the other panel. But we put this panel together to have a discussion, and purposely made it so that we weren't here just putting PowerPoint presentations and talking to slides with you, but we could have an honest, transparent discussion about the challenges and about, but also to celebrate some of the successes that we've had. So we've picked, and we thank you. We haven't picked. We had put out the challenge, and so we want to thank those that all our VSTs that accepted the challenge to come and share some of their stories and have this discussion with us. So if I can invite to the stage first Lillian from White Energy. Please have a seat. Amin from Green Scene. Magloire from Baobab Plus in Senegal, and Shegun from Consistent Energy in Nigeria. And I have the pleasure of moderating this panel. So, and I was going to, exactly, thank you. I was going to ask for a couple of mics. Okay. All right, so I'm going to, so I won't introduce myself again. I think by now you know who I am, but I will ask, I'll ask our panelists to do a quick introduction of yourself and your business, and then we get started.
Thank you. My name is Liliane. I have a long name because I'm Liliane Munezero Ndabaneze Chawuka. I am a mother to two beautiful daughters that have helped me fight and be where we are today. I'm a wife and a sister. But most of all, I'm an entrepreneur that has seen a change in me as a leader that I am for Wide Energy. And Wide Energy, not Weed Energy. Wide Energy stands for Women Initiative for Delivering Clean Energy. Started in 2016 to what I usually say, from the boot of the car, selling Pico solar products, until AECF discovered us and trusted us in 2018, and we started the solar home system, which is a business that we are still going and growing to date. We are gender focused, we empower women, we turn sales agent, women sales agent that really are focused, into active ambassadors and pioneers of clean energy. So thank you for having us. Thanks AECF, FCDO for this important role that you've played in our journey.
Hello everyone, this is Amin Anile from Ethiopia. I'm the business developer of Green Scene Energy PLC. We're based in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. So Green Scene was established in 2016 to supply affordable and quality solar home systems to off-grid solar communities of Ethiopia. So we work with sales agents as agent and microfinance institutions and Ethio Telecom, one of the national mobile operator, and also farmer networks as Purpose Black Ethiopia to distribute this solar products to this off-grid communities of Ethiopia. And we have sold like more than 9,000 solar home systems to date, and we have impacted more than 42,000 people. Well, for the past 6 years, we've been challenged. We have faced challenges like theft. We've been robbed twice, and also the COVID impact back in 2020, and this political unrest that caused our rural customers' ability to buy, reduced the ability to buy the products. And so through all these challenges, we have made it through here. And the contribution of the AECF team was a lot, because it just arrived right after COVID back in 2021, July. So we have made to be successful till now because of the contribution of the AECF team. So I want to thank James, the portfolio officer, for his attentive monitoring and providing the facility we have asked for, and all of the AECF teams for this successful journey that we have been going through all these times. Thank you.
Good morning. Ricardo, why you don't tell me separate it is in English? I'm not in English. I'm a Francophone, guys. You didn't tell me. But I will try to do my best. Don't worry about it. My name is Magloire from Senegal. I'm working with for Baobab Plus. Baobab Plus, it is a company who will work to access in digital and solar house system. We are available in 6 countries. Senegal, Ivory Coast, DRC, Madagascar, Nigeria, and Mali. We are existing till 2015, but I joined Baobab Plus in 2020. Yes, it is just my small presentation. After we will discuss about question. Thank you. But we have a translator here. If I don't speak very well English, he can translate. Okay?
All right, thank you so much. Okay, sorry. My name is Shegun Adaju. I'm the founder of Consistent Energy and also the pioneer president of the Renewable Energy Association of Nigeria for a couple of years. I'm more an ecosystem builder and also a consultant. So in 2016, while I was working on a project with the UNDP and Bank of Industry, I realized that there's a gap in terms of local companies that could facilitate and create energy access. So I joined a few of my friends, and we incubated Consistent Energy in 2016. Today, the company, supported by the AECF, has reached over 12,500 beneficiaries, with major focus on the SME market. Okay, so there's a missing middle in Nigeria where several SMEs use these polluting and expensive generators that is really now highly unaffordable. So the AECF came at the very right time to support the company, to develop its base, market outreach, refine its business model, even its corporate governance. So AECF has really been one of the best things that has happened to that company. Today, there is an acting managing director. Unfortunately, she's not here. She will have balanced the gender, better than we have. So it's a pleasure to be invited to also speak about, the evolving market in Nigeria. I look forward to that. Thank you.
Thank you all for the presentation, and your English is perfect, Magloire. Don't worry, we can all understand you. So we have prepared a couple of just introductory cards just to get the ball rolling from our side, and then we will open the room for questions from your side, and there will be microphones, so you can just quickly raise your hand, and the microphone will come to you. But so we have this objective of within this panel of just examining what has worked, what hasn't worked, and maybe I'll start with you, Lillian, on Wood Energy was probably one of the first companies we invested in all the way back in 2018. So, and also we've had this conversation that we were also, not only was the beginning of the program, but it was also one of the early investors for you. So, if you could share how that early investment, that catalytic funding from AECF supported your business.
Thanks, Ricardo. As I said in my brief presentation, I think as Wide Energy, we are a typical example of what taking risk can look like. If trusting was a person, this is what it is. In 2018, I walked into a room full of judges. That was my first pitch. I had nothing but hope. I had been from the boot of the car and turn it into a business. So AECF grant literally became a stepping stone for us. It allowed us to grow. It allowed us to scale up from what we were in 2018, maybe with less than 4 employees, to 50 full-time employees that have been with us to date, and 60% being women, which was really our target and our hope. It allowed us to put in place a number of policies, structures, systems, due to the technical assistance and capacity building, thanks to most people here in the room with AECF that we've worked with, Angela's, Christian. It's been amazing. They've played the role of mentors. These things don't just come up like that. It costs money. And most of the startup, they can't afford it. You know, you are in the field playing with big boys, with deep pockets, and you come in as a startup. You need that funding. Where does it come from? And to me, AECF played that role of a stepping stone of trust and supported us all the way through where we are today. And other than the capacity building, the technical assistance that we benefited from that, it has also given us, as a women-led company, where you walk in a room and everybody is expecting to see whom you work with, who is accompanying you, who is your boss, you know, and playing in an industry that is male-dominated. They've given us a platform as women-led companies with Nkwazi that has given us visibility, and we do appreciate that. We have learned a lot, we have grown so much, and definitely this has been got with the AECF. And to date, I just want to say this, that we appreciate the support. I worked with Angelas and the team on a big grant that was one of the biggest in the industry since 2020, I believe, which is the Beyond the Grid Fund, and we just closed it a month ago. It's amazing, and yeah, I wanted to say that we are who we are because of the grant we received at first. We've grown, we've had challenges, it's been a roller coaster, it wasn't a walk in the park at all. We've fallen so many times, we've changed things that have allowed us to be here, and thanks a lot. Hope I've answered your question.
You have, absolutely. Thank you. And I think it's again, and I think you remind us again that, you know, it's, although we're here, we're celebrating, we have all these numbers, it's not easy. It's not easy, and it takes quite a bit of, support and working together. I'm looking in the room, and you've done it quite well, and it was a mission on my part, but I would like to quickly just do this. Walter, Daniel, Christian, and James, if you could kindly quickly stand up. And I would like to, I think all of us here would just show our appreciation, because you've also worked very hard on this project. So Christian, PO for Zambia and Zimbabwe, Daniel, PO for Malawi, Nigeria, and Walter leading us. He's the sector lead and oversees the entire program and keeping us on our feet. James, there you are. And James is our beacon, because he's been everywhere, and I think all of you know James Kyoko. He has done a fantastic job. Thank you very much. Okay, back to our panel. Thanks Lillian, for that question. And I'm so glad that you've mentioned the technical assistance part, because it's easy for just to focus on the disbursements, but the team providing technical assistance plays a crucial part within the VC. So to change things, Shigun, I'll go to you at the end, and then I'll come back to the mirror. But you've mentioned you are, through consistent, but also through your vision of being the president of the Renewable Energy Association in Nigeria. So Nigeria is an evolving market, keeps changing, the landscapes keeps changing. So please share with us how catalytic investors like the DFIs, how can we deploy, or how can they deploy support to SMEs in Nigeria in delivering the SDGs, but also...
Ricardo, Nigeria, it's arguably the biggest market in Sub-Saharan Africa in terms of, for example, over 90 million Nigerians don't have access, 90 million plus. And it's also made more compelling now with what happened in the last 6 weeks. Mr. President came in and removed the fuel subsidy. That has been the major constraint to adoption of alternative clean energy technologies. So we can confidently say there's, level playing field, and also, the levelized cost of electricity between polluting technologies and clean energy is really very high now. So Nigeria is a very big market and it's evolving. And I will use the typical example of what consistent energy has experienced with the support of the AECF, and use that as a pilot of what can happen if development partners bring funding into the system to support SMEs. So as at the time consistent energy applied for the grant funding, it was also post-COVID, and as at that time, there was no office. There was no physical office. Let me start from there. Because everybody was running from their various homes because of, of course, funding. And then it was becoming more constraining to do business because no capital. And then the AECF came. It was just like a lifeline. I had a Boabab, right? I mean, maybe constant energy was also, extinct if the AECF hadn't come in at that time, at that particular time. And what has happened? So it has helped to, number one, create energy access, to build on the numbers that the company has achieved over the period. Secondly, it has built the capacity in terms of the very strong technical assistance that accompanied the grant funding. For example, the advisory studios, am I correct, has been very, very effective, so that, where all the trainings, all the capacity building programs are being implemented, and then you are seeing massive and, progressive impact in the company. So growing from, say, about 5 or 6 people who were running from their various homes to about 22 staff right now, from 0 office to about 5 offices currently in Lagos, in Abuja, in Kano, in Akure. Now there's one coming up in Ibadan, and then another one in Uyo, almost spreading across the country. Then creating over 50 freelance sales agents who are all over the country doing business, for this company. Then moving forward to how to also raise additional capital. So we've seen the company also being able to leverage the funding that the AECF has given to even raise additional equity. So we have 2 additional directors who has joined because of the impact that's been made, and they're also putting down money as equity. Then there are some commercial debts from some banks. 2 banks in Nigeria are also providing some line of credit to the company. And also there are other granting opportunities that the company has positioned for. For example, it was because of the success of the AECF, having been pre-qualified for the AECF, that the company also was pre-qualified for the UEF of the SC for All, Universal Energy Facility, so the company has been pre-qualified. Secondly, the company has also been pre-qualified for the Nigerian Electrification Project by the Rural Electrification Agency as a fallout of the AECF. So the idea is that, look, if you are found good by AECF, then that means 50% of the due diligence, and the risk sharing has been done. And then finally, about 2 weeks ago, the CLASP under the productive use appliance finance facility has also pre-qualified the company. So the company will be rolling out solar fridges in the northern part of Nigeria, effective July, up to January 2024. So imagine this support to one company and the impact. So development funding by development partners is still highly needed to build the capacity of SMEs. And then the company is now positioning also under the same support that has been given to seek funding, talking to a few investors to raise growth capital and then move on to a Series A possibly. So yeah, if this can also be, be replicated by several development partners to several SMEs that are trying to create that energy access in Nigeria and other African countries, because the locals that knows they can't go to the unreached areas. There are places that we have gone to that the OEMs cannot go to. I've lived all my life in Nigeria, so I know all the nooks and crannies. So that will be what we see if development funding can still go more into supporting this industry.
Thank you very much, and I think you've mentioned it, and this precedent, right, or having worked with impact investors, and we've done so much of the due diligence, does actually pre-qualify you also to a number of other opportunities, and I'm grateful for that. So I think both of you, Lillian and Shigun, you've shared the positive side and the bright side, but you work in the. I'll go to you. I think Ethiopia, of the ones that we're sitting here on the stage, Ethiopia is arguably one of the toughest economies to be in, one of the toughest markets to be in. The recent changes that we've seen in the policy and the regulatory framework, has that helped, or has that made it harder for those that are in the business of solar home systems, such as mentioned?
With all the challenges that I have mentioned before, so Ethiopia is expected to impact the solar industry. So there are this positive policy and regulations that has supported the industry so far. The first one is the ADELIA program, which is accelerating distributed electricity and lighting program in Ethiopia, which is funded by the World Bank. And I hope this will solve the forex challenge that we are facing in the market, through which is going to be financed like $500 million to light the off-grid communities of Ethiopia. The other good opportunity that supports the adoption of the solar home system is the Ethiopia has took a measure on the foreign direct investment of the manufacturing sectors to start to expand to retail business as well. So previously they were just limited to the wholesaler business, but now it's expanded to the retail business as well. So this will attract investment and global competition. And the other one is the mobile operator system that has increased in Ethiopia, and also Ethiopians attracted the foreign telecom corporations like Safaricom, which will directly support the pay-as-you-go business, which makes the product affordable so that the off-grid communities can get the solar products by their own. So this is also another positive policy that supports the adoption of the solar home system. One of the recent publications that was published in Ethiopia was the fact that Ethiopia terminated diesel water pumps to promote the solar water pump. So this is also another good news that supports the market. So I want to invite all the impact investors to come work with us and join our journey so that we can achieve the SDG 7 goal together, because without working together, we will not be able to do so without lifting out the 65 million unelectrified Ethiopian population. So I want to call out all the investors here to come work with us. Yeah.
Thank you, and very good to use the opportunity. Okay, and my last question to you, Magloire. So Baobab Plus in Senegal, we've all seen the recent and now Very, very, very recent, just yesterday, the announcement that things have now calmed down. So we've seen some conflict. Country has seen hyperinflation, obviously COVID. So if you can share with us, because I think Baobab Plus for us is also a success. You are in many countries, but specific in Senegal, having faced all of these issues, you're still managing to thrive. So how have these affected your business, and how have you managed to overcome those challenges?
Okay, thank you. Thanks a lot about the question. I will be in few words about the impact. The first impact about the business, it is the sales target, because I am sales director. Definitively, the situation in Senegal, if you talk about the political crisis in the last 2 months, they have a more impact in our business. We discuss, but I think till the president now, he say he don't renew his mandate. I think the business will start again. It is the first thing. The second thing about inflation, we have an impact about the cost of the materials. We need to increase the price of the goods. Actually, we increase till we start the New Year's. We increase the sales price of our kits, because about the war in Ukraine. And also the repayment for the customer. Definitively, if today we increase the sales, the risk increase, and we need to find also a way to support the customer, because you know, our business, it is more we deploy it in rural market, and the out of pocket of this farmer, it is very low. Now, definitively, we need to find a way about it. Sorry for my English.
No problem. I think everyone understands. And I think you've touched on a critical point, which is obviously being able to sell, but the affordability issue as well. Okay, so I will, again, I know I keep saying this, but I am very conscious of time, and I think we have to now give the opportunity. So I will open the floor. I know we've also had a couple of questions online, but questions for our panel from within the room. We're all very shy. Okay, I will, okay, there we go. There's one. So if I could please get a mic, if you could just quickly, the mic is coming to you, if you could just quickly give us your name, company, and then please direct your question.
Okay, hi, I'm Audrey Desiderato with Morova Sun Funder. Just wondering, I don't think it's on, but I think you can hear me, right?
Yeah, we can perfectly hear. Would you like to specifically direct to everyone, or just anyone? Okay, good. Can we have anyone else, since that? Thank you for breaking the ice in the room. Anyone else that would like to ask a question? Okay, because I think that's a pretty important question. So I will let each one of you answer it, and then I do have just 2 questions from online, but please go ahead, Lillian.
Thank you. As Wide Energy, as I said, the journey has been really tough. But recently, with the Beyond the Grid Fund grant that we've received, it's a 2 million grant that will need something like 2 million to 4 million implementation of the project over the 4 years. Our plan is to reach 36,000 households, and also include some productive use products. So we are raising about 4 million in the next for the next 4 years, and I'm here to market Wide Energy. Based on what the experience has shown, we can do it, and we definitely need support. I would say that the Beyond the Grid Fund has supported bigger companies. This is, I would easily say, in Zambia, the first time they are supporting a local company that is a startup from scratch, really. So definitely I'm here to raise funds, pitch who we are and what we can achieve with the investors in the room. Thank you.
Can I just maybe ask that for purposes of Audrey, I know she would actually be interested to possibly hear what what are you looking to raise? Is it equity? Is it debt? And because the investors in the room are actually on the farther part of the continuum, and so maybe being a bit specific on the type
Raising
of capital that would.
Kila kitu. Loan, equity is what we are looking for. Yeah, we need to do this, and we can only raise both at the same time. The ratio has to be there, so we are raising loan and equity as well.
Okay, that's a good question. So that we can share our ask also. So we're now ready to continue our growth to expand to to start local assembly. So we are in need of 1.1 million USD to be invested on us. 500K is in equity form and 600K as a date. So we are so much open to discuss each end out. Use of proceeds and everything. So we are so much ready to attract investment.
All right, thank you so much. So Consistent Energy is looking at raising $2.5 million in a combination of equity and convertible notes. The company is also willing to offer 25% equity shareholding to any investor who is interested. Investing in the company. We believe very strongly now that with the open market in Nigeria, where clean energy technology is the go-to to electrify most of Nigerians, this is the appropriate time to invest. And also there are two key occurrences in the last 6 weeks that I've mentioned that has also made investment when when they want to exit. The second one also is the removal of fuel subsidy that I had mentioned. So the market is really very, very good now. So the company is looking at creating energy access to about 50,000 beneficiaries in the next 3 years. And also, bulk of the funding will be to inventory and stocking, because one of the challenges also, even from the COVID period, is the time lag to get products in from original equipment manufacturers. So the bulk of these funds will be in inventory. And then convertible notes over 5 years, where we can discuss either additional shareholding or debts. For now, we feel that debts it will put more pressure on the company. So we're looking at equity and convertible notes.
Okay, thank you so much. And I see there's a question there, but I would maybe just then take the opportunity quickly to give the same floor to a couple of the investees that are here, so that we level the playing field. So, Pedesai, Money Mart from Zimbabwe. And then we'll go to Patrick for your question.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. I'm Pedesai Magama. I'm from Money Mart Finance in Zimbabwe. And as Money Mart Finance, at the moment, we have been involved in the regularization of informal settlements, which is a program most of you will be familiar with from Rwanda. They successfully did that, where they had a couple of people settled on state land. And this process is looking at regularizing up to about 200,000 stands. And for that project, we've been taken in as a key partner because of our experience with collecting in the microfinance sector. And the earmarked locations has got about 60,000 confirmed stands with occupants. And most of these are in peri-urban to rural locations. So basically, in the essence of this gathering, it is these homesteads are basically in need of lighting. They will need gas for their cooking. And for the lighting bit, most of them are still in the dark. They're using firewood and all these predated methods of energy. And we have seen that if we are going to penetrate only 20%, not everyone is going to be converted. That's expected. Only 20% of those households will need to to raise about $1 million, which can go directly into purchasing especially solar home systems. And that $1 million for us would have to come in form of...
So Abdaziz, raise MFI from Ethiopia. If you can just tell us quickly if you are looking to raise, and if so.
Raise MFI Ethiopia. Basically, as a microfinance institution, our role is to provide access to finance for green energy solutions. Our major limitation is the loanable fund. The funds we get from finances from AECF is basically goes to our loanable funds, and it's kind of a revolving fund. The demand is quite beyond our capacity, and the major problem we are trying to solve that we are now achieving to partners like ACF and other partners that are interested in this is revolving fund that we can use for that specific project. Currently, actually, I don't have a specific number that I can say, but in general, the demand for this solution is very huge, and that's what we are looking for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we can maybe go over, here to Rakeb from Winsell, and then we'll go over to this side, just from Garrett.
Thank you very much. My name is Rakib from Winsell Green Power Engineering. So we're currently looking for $1.5 million in equity form, of course. So our next step, this is a separate project, but I would like to highlight that Winsell also works on recycling plastic. So this plastic will be incorporated into solar products. So we want to go into assembly of solar products as well. So we want to work on the import of the electrical products, because this plastic material will be the case for the electrical parts. So we want to import the electrical parts as well as so the distribution and the assembly also needs some type of investment. So we want $1.5 million in equity form. So please work with us.
Thank you very much.
It's a great opportunity.
Thank you. We go to Heather, Honorable CEO of Smarter Grid, and then we'll go to Peter from Society.
Hello, thank you everybody. I stand on existing protocols. My name is Heather Ono. I'm the founder and the CEO of Smarter Grid International. To answer your question directly, we're looking for $15 million, and it's going to be a cocktail of both equity and debt. And the reason is because we just closed a $10 million deal. Because just a little bit of background on our company, it's not just solar home systems, we also do CNI. And because of what my colleague, Mr. Shegun has just mentioned, because of the removal of subsidy in our country, we saw a pipeline of our CNI from 30 customers to 120 in less than like 3 weeks. So, and we participated in the EEP program for the electrification of universities in Nigeria, and because that is paid from AFDB, this last round. So some of the private universities have contacted us, and I mean, it's high ticket, high energy users. And so for that reason, this is a very, very good opportunity for investors and funders to come into the renewable energy sector in Nigeria, because right now solar, we struggled so hard, my colleagues and I, trying to convince people that solar is a thing, is an actual energy, but right now they are convincing us that we should connect them. So it's a very, very good problem to have right now, and I think the time is now for investors to actually look at us and not continue to waste our time again. The time is now, the business is good, and we are ready to just hit the ground running. Thank you very much.
Peter from Sasai, also in Nigeria.
Yeah, hi everyone, good morning. Yeah, my name is Peter Ayadi from Sosei Renewable Energies. From Sosei, we carried out a feasibility study under USTDA. And currently, it covers about 100 communities. So now, we are working with, we are looking at USPFC to see how we'll be able to raise funds on equity and debt to be able to execute all these activities we have ahead. So from to say, a lot is ahead of us, and we are looking for investors to be able to give us a full increased support that can be able to run the project we have at hand. And most have been said from my other colleagues from Nigeria. As you can hear that Nigeria is a wide place, with the current thing that's on ground now, the removal of subsidy, a lot is already in our hand to be able to see how we can capitalize on that to hit the ground. So there's no any way anybody will invest in Nigeria that will be able to.
Patrick's apologies. You can do your question, they can answer it, and and in the meantime, and then after that, we will do a quick survey.
Hi. I think, Ricardo, it can be answered in the next panel. Because
there is a Menti, I'm not sure if you're familiar with Menti, but Menti is an online platform that just allows us to get a feel of the room, so we'll just do a quick interactive survey. So there's a QR code there. If not, you all have access to the complimentary Wi-Fi here, but you can go on Menti, or you can just scan the QR code. I think we would like to hear from you just what is particularly exciting to you in meeting SDG 7. I think we all sit in different places. We all have our views on SDGs, but we'd really like to have a feel of the room. So code 59478290 if you haven't managed to scan, and we will put up the answers as you come up. Well, there we go. We already have quite a couple of answers coming in. Renewable energy, good to see that. Empower vulnerable groups. That's I think that's partly we've answered. That's one of the biggest reasons why we're hearing and leaving no one behind. Okay, they keep coming in. It's very good. Thank you all for. And I think it does say, can we if we can put it on full screen, then I think what we can see what really comes up. But there we go. Resilience. How is resilience? And I'd like to prefer to have in English and in French. It is. I think that's also a key metric, right? We have to have, especially on the journey that we've been through on this program. I think resilience is the key word, and it's one of the reasons why we're all sitting here. Thank you. We'll keep that up for a few more. But then, just in interest in Simon, I think we have a very, very interesting panel coming up next, where we have managed to, and would like to already thank you for accepting to come and share and sit here with us and talk about how do we move forward. So, Ada, here you are. So I'll invite first our Director of Partnerships, Ada, and you can invite the people that you come on stage.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So I always like to be surrounded by entrepreneurs, and I always call them the hero-preneurs. But there is also the hero-vestors, and so I've tried to gather the kind of leading, pioneering, risk-oriented investors to have an open conversation looking to invest in on the way to 2030. So I'm going to call first to come from Persistent Partners. Thank you. Then Angela from Kawisafi. Can you please come and join us? Chloe from Triple Jump, Audrey from Mirova Sunfunder, and then we'll have Patrick as the kind of leading industry organization to give us some perspective at the end. Thank you so much for making the time to join us today. So we have an hour together, I think. Don't rush it. You can take the space and the time that you want. I think I would like first to give each one of you, and this order is not by chance. I think you are. It's the order of the investment continuum. To introduce yourself and what kind of investor you are, what is your DNA, what is your mission, and what kind of products you put out there, what kind of companies you look to meet and grow with. And then I guess we'll have a discussion on how, what are the bottlenecks or the challenges that you face to meet your mission and deliver on your to your investors, and how could catalytic finance, also piggybacking on what Rick said, how can we design the future catalytic tools and financial instruments to further de-risk you or give you more comfort to invest in the missing middle that we are all looking to help grow, with the specific focus on locally owned and African founders-led companies. So, Tukam, can you start us off?
There it is. Hi, I'm Tukam Gufanke from Cameroon originally, but based out of Nairobi. I work with a company called Persistent. I think we are in early stage. That's why I'm sitting on this, very early, in fact. So we mostly invest pre-Series A, but I would say the bulk of what we do is pre-seed and seed, and then some Series A, and then some pre-Series A, and then a few Series A. But I would say 80% of what we do then. In terms of our DNA, I think the thing that came to mind is, I think our name says something about us, Persistent, because we came out of very tough circumstances, right? The way Persistent was founded, it was a firm that was essentially getting liquidated, right? And so, I would like to say we grew up in a tough time, and so we're equipped to invest in tough places. And so we persist. And persistence for us means two things. The first is that when we're investing, we typically do what we call venture building, because we realize that the kind of stage where we're investing is super high risk. And so one way of de-risking is to help the companies with very hands-on support. And hands-on support here looks like interim CFO roles. It looks like helping with governance. It looks like helping with supply chain questions. It looks like helping with technology. So that's what we do, and it's very tailored. So that's maybe different with what others do. Ours is not a checkbox of things that we do. It is based out of the due diligence we've done. We're able to identify 3-4 things that we need to support them with, and then we provide that support usually over a year or more, it depends. And then the second part about that sort of persistence is that we follow on, right? As any investor, we've had challenging portfolio companies, but we stick with them, right? We do the best we can to always sort of work with them. So from a investment ticket size, we typically invest up to $500,000, but I would say up to, very important there, because I would say typically we've done $250,000. There are times when we've even done $100,000, right? And then the other point around local entrepreneurs, I would say we probably have a very rich portfolio of local entrepreneurs. We focus on that, and I can come back to that. It takes a lot more work, and that's why I think venture building is important, because and they can probably talk about it here, but as an investor, you get a lot of decks, right? A lot of people reach out. Usually you have, 20, 30 minutes to look at something. But we realize that if we're going to do what we do with local entrepreneurs, you need to spend more time, right? That if it's something that is important to you, you'll have to put in the time to make sure that they get a fair hearing, because, and I can come back to this, a lot of foreign entrepreneurs are very good at pitching, right? They can tell you exactly what you want to hear, whether they can deliver or not, God knows. But, they can tell you what you want to hear. Whereas a lot of local founders have very good, interesting businesses, but they don't articulate as well, right? So you need to spend the time to hear, right? Rather than just, normal VC, 20 minutes, you either resonate or you don't, kind of thing. But that's a bit about Persistent. And to continue doing that work, last thing, we're fundraising, right? We're raising a big fund to try to continue to do that work. Still very early stage. that sort of our DNA. We're not going to move away from that, but allow us to sort of follow on a lot better. And I can come back to that because one of the big things we see when you're investing with companies is, companies hit a rough patch, like every organization. But a lot of times, right, we can't follow on because we're like, well, we only have so much capital, whereas we see, look, this is a good business. The problem here is purely financial. It's not a opportunity or strategy or go-to-market question. It's just pure financial to cross, a gap.
Tukam, just to reflect a bit on the fact that you have a broad portfolio of locally owned companies, and we've all heard about the challenges in COVID time. And I want us to a bit reflect from an investor's perspective on, how resilient have they been through this crisis? Is there something there that local companies are stronger at?
Getting this mic. Oh, it's working. Yeah, I think the funny thing in our case, in fact, is that our best performing companies are local entrepreneurs. I think part of that is because, part of, is they know their markets, right? And they know, and they're often very lean, right? I think that's one of the things that, again, as an investor, they're very lean. They know their markets. And then the third thing is, for them, the company is not an adventure. It's not a business school application thing, right? They're not doing this to, if it works, great. If it doesn't, for them, these are personal problems they're solving. These are their countries, right? So I think that what we've seen during COVID, in fact, is that in our portfolios, right, they've certainly have financial issues, but I would say overall, our local entrepreneurs have come out better because they are more resilient. These are places that they know. These are not people who are coming in or been there for a year or two. This is home, and a lot of them have done, survived it fairly well. Where we've seen problems, often it's been the non-local sort of entrepreneurs, because COVID, many people flew home, right? You can't run a business like solar home system business out of another country, right? So we've seen, but I would say overall, in fact, our portfolio from entrepreneur local versus non-local, locals have done fairly well.
Thank you, that's interesting, and we'll see if that has been observed by other investors. Angela, do you want to come next?
Hi, everyone. So I don't know how to use a mic, but I know other things. So hopefully this is an interesting discussion. I'm Angela Muragori. I'm an investment manager with Kawisafi Ventures. And we are an equity fund. I'll talk about the first fund, and then I'll talk about the second fund that we're actually fundraising for. So the first fund, our mandate is energy access and driving energy access across East Africa. So we've invested in 10 of some of the best companies in the space. And most of you will have heard about them. So we have invested in the likes of D-Light, B-Box, BioLite, that are some of the leaders in the energy access space. But we've also invested in the ecosystem, so companies that provide services, software, and other types of support to these large solar home system companies. We've been investing like AECF, I think from the very... so that's the portfolio. Our fund is a $70 million fund, and we are actually at this point fully deployed, and we kind of are holding on to some capital to follow on. As Tukam says, it's really important once you've identified your companies to be able to keep supporting them as they grow, because their capital needs will grow as they scale. So that's the first fund. We invest typically $1 to, I'll say, $5 million in equity. And yeah, that's the first fund fully deployed. So I'm sorry, you missed that boat. We are actually actively now raising a second fund because we realize it's really important to keep doing this work. And as has been reflected by multiple speakers, the gap actually is expanding rather than decreasing. When we came into the market, it was 600 million people without energy access. Now it's more. And those numbers keep going up. So I think for us, we're really committed to ensuring that we keep working to close this gap and meet SDG 7. We're also really excited about new opportunities coming up also in the weak grid areas. And I've heard a lot about Nigeria, and there are a lot of opportunities there. So I don't want to speak too much, but the second fund will be a much larger fund. It will be $200 million. That's what we're targeting. I'll get to the challenges of getting the 200 million because there are many. But we'll also be targeting, I'll say between, depending on the market, 1 to much larger, say 10 million maximum per company. So we're really open to meeting all the exciting entrepreneurs in the room and hearing about your journeys and seeing how we can collaborate. And then in terms of what we feel is our DNA, I think I'll use the word scale. We see the problem, we see it as a big problem, and our goal is to try and make sure we support companies that can meet that problem. And I know that in the past that has kind of looked like supporting foreign-owned companies, but that is no longer the case. That may have been the case in 2016 when we made our first investments, but we're seeing a lot of locally owned, female-led businesses that are actually targeting this same problem and have the capacity to achieve the goals. So we're on board and looking forward to increasing that sort of diversification in our portfolios.
Can I ask you, Angela, because I know that Karisafi also has some post-investment technical assistance services attached to its fund. So maybe you can talk to us a bit about how you prioritized and what do you see the impact of these non-financial services that you provide to your portfolio?
Yeah, no, thanks, Ada. So we have a $5 million technical assistance facility that's attached to the first fund. And the role of this technical assistance facility was to make sure that the investments that we make are as inclusive as possible. And that has looked like supporting increased participation of women in the sector. So we've worked with various ecosystem partners. We've worked with 60 Decibels actually to help us identify where the gaps are in terms of our portfolio companies reaching women. And I can say that right now, I think our benchmark in terms of female reach is at 45%. So our portfolio companies are actually reaching 45% of who they service is female. And the second thing is we've also worked with increasing the capacity of female technicians. So we've worked with Strathmore. They have the Energy Resource Center, and they train female technicians who are then mostly absorbed by our portfolio companies, but also available in the market for other players who would like to hire more women. And we see that once you have more women in that workforce, including in the portfolio companies, in the ecosystem, so technicians, in sales, across that value chain, and also really in leadership, you start to see that companies have a lens towards focusing on women, and they're able to actually reach the women and also benefit from the capacity and the knowledge that women in society have.
Thank you. Yes, that's so important when we see the numbers of people that still don't have energy access in large countries like Ethiopia and Nigeria. You're like, how many more technicians will be needed? How many more maintenance offices? How many more skilled labor do we need for that revolution to happen? Because it's not only about selling a system, but having also the job creation across the continent. So I think that's very inspiring to see how Karisafi is investing in also the building of a portfolio of available talent on the market. Chloe, I think you want to talk to us about the difficulties of being that junior debt provider, and we really want to hear from you.
Yeah, my name is Chloe Koburunga. I am an investment associate with Triple Jump, which is an impact investor since 2006. And we are a fund manager of the Energy Entrepreneurs Growth Fund. We actually are working with Persistent on this, so they are an advisor on the fund. The fund was started in 2019, spearheaded by Shell Foundation and FMO. And I think it's a $125 million fund to date. So we have quite some capital to deploy. So yeah, very happy to speak to, I guess, the players in the space that are here. I think the fund was really started as a way to create bridge financing between debt and equity. So I think we all know definitely what the challenges are with raising equity financing in the space. It takes a long time for companies to raise this capital. And then we also know the challenges with debt and companies that are not ready to absorb that debt. We saw mezzanine as a way to really bridge that gap and give these companies the opportunity to raise capital even when they're waiting for equity. But also, I think mezzanine financing is also a way to, I guess, have a flexible way of structuring financing in the sector, right? That can really target some of the cash flow constraints that these companies have. So the fund is predominantly a mezzanine debt fund, but we also have an allocation to senior debt and a smaller allocation to equity in the space. So we're looking to our equity investors to help us on that. The fund really looks at the sub-Saharan African market. Our ticket sizes range from 1 to 10 million, so quite a range. But I think what we've seen in the space is our sweet spot is usually between the 3 to 5 million ticket size. I think we work across the different subsectors in the renewable energy space, so solar home systems definitely being, I think, 60%, the 60% focus of our fund, as well as mini-grids, productive use, C&I, and most recently we're also trying to look at e-mobility. I think that's basically really about the fund. Maybe just to also add, we are also managing another fund called CEI Africa, and we're doing this in conjunction with GreenMax Capital. And this is a fund, a 60 million fund that has two angles to it. So one is a results-based financing window, which is specifically for mini-grids, and the other is a crowd lending window, which is also for SHS companies as well as mini-grid companies. So yeah, we can also talk more about that.
Yes, maybe we can, we haven't spoken yet about crowd lending campaigns and platforms, but I think it's maybe now is the time. Where do you see this going? And I know that it's not the fund you manage, but...
Yeah, indeed. I don't think it's what I manage because I'm mainly working on the EEGF bit, but I think what we're seeing is an opportunity to... I think it's also an opportunity for us to invest in the smaller SHS companies in the space through the crowdfunding platform. So I think we already have a partnership with Lenderhand already on the CEI, and I think that says then that can be pipeline for EGF later on.
Great, thank you. Audrey, we come to Sanfunder Mirova.
That's test. All right, so I'm Audrey. My title now is Head of Africa and Emerging Market Strategy for Mirova Sunfunder. You can see we have a bit of a long name. We used to just be Sunfunder, but we got acquired and took our new, parents' last name or something. We've been at it for more than a decade, and we've been all along the spectrum, always focused on debt, historically always focused on solar. I think our DNA is very much that of being entrepreneurs ourselves, which is why I launched that question for the entrepreneurs on the panel before. Never, lose an opportunity to pitch and raise capital. I remember we raised a very small seed round, $90,000 before I came out with a suitcase to East Africa to launch the business back in 2013. So I've been in your shoes. And I think, there's been some good points made here already just about, how do you pitch, right? And it's so true, like foreign entrepreneurs, like we can really spin a good story. And I think the local entrepreneurs are so humble, and that needs to be somewhere in the middle. So yes. Products, as I said, we're doing just that, and I think the story has also been, we've been a crowdfunding platform doing unsecured $10,000 to $50,000 tickets. We started blended finance funds. I know this is some jargon for some of you, but essentially bringing different, so structuring funds with different tranches with, catalytic first loss capital sitting at the bottom to protect senior investors. We've done that since 2013. Our first kind of pilot blended finance fund was only $15 million. And I think we had about a 30% subordinate layer. Sanjeev's nodding because he knows all this. And we were doing mostly unsecured loans back then, really kind of up to $500,000, working with about 20 companies across sub-Saharan Africa, mostly in solar home systems. Second fund was close to 50 million. That was when we became legit because we got a DFI in, OPIC at the time, now DFC, to anchor the fund. Also, same sort of structure, with first loss, subordinate capital, senior. Then we had, and that, at that point, I think we were doing between 1 to 3 million, some secured, but you always question, what that actually means. And then set fund was, the $70 million fund, so just to give you a kind of horizon, right? So crowdfunding 2012, 2013, pilot 2013, that ran to 2016, BT, so the $50 million fund, 2016-17, SET, Solar Energy Transformation Fund, 2018. We were doing $1 to $5 million tickets there, really trying to get a bit more sophisticated with the debt and being senior secured. And I tell this story because it's been a 10-year story of just growing in lockstep with the sector and figuring out what the sector needed at the various points of that journey. Today, we're now part of a big regulated French asset manager. We're raising, we've already done the first closing, the Morova Gigaton Fund. That will be a $500 million fund. We've done a first closing of $200 million, still with a blended finance structure. And we are targeting bigger tickets, average ticket size of 10 million. We've been diversifying our portfolio, so still doing solar home systems, but looking at CNI, telco ESCO projects, looking at some new innovations, e-mobility, circular economy. We're now also diversifying outside of the region, so the portfolio will be, about half sub-Saharan Africa, but looking at Southeast Asia, Latin America. So it's been a crazy journey, but I think reflecting on the theme of today, which is SDG 7, we still have a lot of work to do. And if you look at it, the capital that's been mobilized in the last 10 years, and we've reduced, people without access from 1.1 billion to 700 or so million, and we're still not keeping up with population growth on the continent. And, the people who have gotten access to energy, it's probably the easier households. Right, so the big companies, if you look at all the capital that's been raised, especially on equity, it's gone to the big 7, right, or big 8. I don't know how many you count, but all the same companies, and they've attracted VC funding, so that requires 10x scale. So they're going to target the easiest to reach households, right, if we're to be honest. And now what's left is the really hard work, and we talked about resilience, and I think this is where local entrepreneurs are really, really needed, right? Like we need to go to the last mile now. It's not going to be as profitable of a journey, and that past journey wasn't even that profitable, right? So, so I kind of wanted to anchor the discussion back to, this goal of universal energy access. So now I'm in this position, having gone through this entrepreneurial journey, having worked with early stage companies. In the beginning, we did fund a lot of local entrepreneurs. Now with the ticket sizes and the risk return expectations of investors, it is difficult. We don't have that many local entrepreneurs really in our pipeline. So what we've done with Gigaton and just as a business to address that is kind of new initiatives. So one, for the first time, raising a technical assistance facility with really focus on locally led and female-led entrepreneurs, much like Persistent, kind of CFO services, but also one need we're seeing is ESG capacity building, because those demands are really quite hard from investors these days. We've also launched Impact Finance Services. That's an advisory business. And that's really based on the past 10 years, having worked with companies at various stages of their growth. Companies coming to us and saying, could you just be my financial advisor? And us saying, we don't do that. And what we've done there, we've just launched it, but the two sort of heads of that business come from those companies themselves. So our head has worked at Zola Electric, our director has worked at BioLite. So we really want to have that practical, knowledge and reality check of how difficult your work is. And then, finally, one thing I'm very passionate about, and I think everyone in this room is how do we get more women-led businesses? How do we make sure companies are designing products, for women? So we are in very active discussions with donors and a partner, Roots of Impact, to look at outcomes-based or outcomes-linked financing and designing that so that our portfolio companies can access that. So that was a long introduction, but I wanted to throw it all in while I had the mic.
Thank you. No, that's great. That's great. And maybe later on the side, we can also hear a bit more about what does that merger with Mirova means in terms of the link between energy access and climate, or biodiversity and nature, because I think we also heard a lot about climate impact on the regions we are aiming to reach and how to build resilience. So it's going to be interesting how your investment portfolio starts really building synergies and bridges. Great. So I just want to take maybe 10 minutes to ask all of us, and Patrick, feel free to come in, but I'll save you for the perspective at the end. So the four of you mostly to think, how do we answer Rick's question about what can DFI or development finance or cooperation finance do to help you and to de-risk for you to scale your investments for SDG 7 into locally owned businesses? What kind of instruments would be the most impactful, because resources are scarce. And coming from our side, of course, is how understanding how can we best play our catalytic role further, not looking at our investment portfolio, but looking at you. How can we de-risk for you to be more comfortable coming into our investment portfolio? So I would say free flow popcorn style, just share your ideas and views. And I know that all of you are already having blended structures with different layers, and we are, really interested in hearing what next. What do you want to see next happening on the sector?
Okay, I can go first. So as I said, we had an initial fund that was $70 million. We then decided we want to keep doing this. We want to see how much we can raise as a second fund. We have a target of 200 million. And to do this, we went into the market really excited. Yay, we have the opportunity. Guys, come fund us. And the first hurdle, and this was actually off the back of all the large climate announcements that were made. I'm sure all of you, if you've been hearing what comes out of COP or other kind of climate-related conferences, is that there are all these announcements about billions of dollars allocated to climate. So we were like, ooh, we don't even need billions. We just need 200 million. This will be easy. And the reality has actually been quite different because the minute you say Africa, it changes the whole discussion, which shouldn't be the case. But what we realized is, as we were raising this fund, is we needed to do two things. So one, we needed to blend, like Audrey has experience, and Sunfunder have really been doing this for a while. But we needed to attract a junior layer into the stack of capital that we're raising. And what that junior layer does is it absorbs any losses from hitting kind of the rest of the investors. So all the commercial investors will not come into our fund, or will struggle to come into a fund that does not have that junior layer. Now, that junior layer can only come from either philanthropic capital or concessional capital, because other commercial investors do not want to be in the junior layer. They want to be in the senior layer, where they're comparing their portfolios across multiple regions, across multiple continents. So what we found really important was getting an anchor investor who can take that concessional layer, and then we can present an opportunity for them to come in as a senior investor. So luckily, we have the Green Climate Fund, who are concessional, multilateral, and they focus on climate investments, and they've actually agreed to form part of that junior layer, and that's given us the opportunity to go back to the more commercial investors who can invest even more to say, this is what we've done, can you come in as a senior partner? The second thing actually that we've done with our fund is we've introduced, because again, the senior investors said that's still not enough in some cases, is also introduced an enhanced return. So instead of just taking the losses that come in, there's almost a guarantee provided to a senior investor of a certain return, because it's been very difficult otherwise. So I'll say those two things for us are really important, and we still haven't raised the full amount of the first loss layer. And I'll say for philanthropic capital or concessional capital, DFIs as well, that's actually a really catalytic role, because when you're working through intermediaries, you're able to allocate some amount of capital that then catalyzes a lot more commercial capital, because in as much as we love being impact investors and we love what we do, that's not going. Impact investment alone cannot achieve the type of scale of investment required to address all the goals that we're talking about. Whether you consider it climate goals or energy access goals, we need commercial capital to come in. And the only way commercial capital comes in is if we de-risk it for them. So I'll address this to the DFIs and the all the concessional investors. Please look through structures and kind of support the intermediaries that are already investing in these companies, attract more commercial capital, in a nutshell.
There we go. Yeah, thanks for that point. I remember when we raised our first big blended finance fund, so that was BTG, Beyond the Grid Solar Fund, in 2016-17. None of the first loss layer was DFIs. All the DFIs sat in the senior tranche. So my first message is stay in your lane in the best loving, most loving way possible. We've had to compete with DFIs, and even to this day, we're raising subordinate capital for the big fund, and we had a foundation say, oh, but we spoke to a DFI and they said that since we've already invested in that DFI, that you're not additional to that. And I'm like, it's the other way around. You're supposed to be additional to us commercially minded fund managers. So I just want to accentuate that. It's making sure your capital is additional, right? The other thing that's worked really well for us is just de-risking instruments, so portfolio guarantees. CEDA's has been really wonderful and provided us with portfolio guarantees, both for SET and now for Gigaton. And really the way they're structured is sometimes your guarantee coverage increases for the harder, low-income kind of energy access deals. So it allows us to take more risk for those, even if the guarantee is applied at a portfolio level. We've also got political risk insurance. I mean, we've gone into like Central African Republic and stuff. So, those instruments are very helpful. The big risk, especially from the debt side, is FX risk. With all that's going on, global currency movements right now, honestly, we haven't cracked that. So with large tickets, right, because we also through our advisory business, we can arrange and syndicate transactions. We try to see if we can bring in local currency providers, right? Because most funds are hard currency, so that we kind of de-risk it that way. But there's not that many out there, and that's even for the big tickets. And I remember even when we had some of our older funds and we're looking at this risk, we just couldn't even secure a partnership with a TCX or MFX because we were too small. So I don't know, this is maybe not really a formed idea, but I'm thinking about, catalytic capital that can help kind of provide first loss on the, for FX risk, right? So let's say you're seeing volatility at up to 20%, but maybe the business is going to internally hedge at 10%, and maybe you say, I'll take that first 10% loss. I don't know, this is just an idea, but especially for the small transactions, I see really very little or any solutions on local currency. So I've got my laundry list. Aggregators, intermediaries, as I said, now, it's all about transaction costs, right? And we need to find a way to do smaller tickets. So let's work through aggregators. Having been an intermediary and an aggregator at the small ticket size, it's hard to be a profitable fund manager. So we just need to kind of subsidize the transaction cost, have a fixed management fee, I think all be aligned on the impact KPIs and take a bit more risk, right? Sometimes it's just not worth all the bells and whistles of Sanjeev, don't kill me, but putting so much, security on a transactions when you're just like, it's a $200,000 loan. Like, we need just working capital. Like, let's just go unsecured and give this company a chance to prove their sales and track record. Technical census facilities, all of us have experience with them. I think I see donors and calculated investors in two sides of it. Some of them don't want the fund manager themselves to deliver the technical assistance, while others encourage that. I guess we are all biased, but I have read studies by the World Resources Institute that says, look, these TA services should be provided by the investors themselves because we know exactly what we're looking for, right? So that's my list for now.
Thank you, and yes, we couldn't agree more. I think that's also what we've learned, and we've developed our studio as a result to be combining it together as a holistic approach. Patrick, I see you are like...
Yes, I wanted to add a question to this panel here. I think we just heard, 7 great companies all looking to raise money. I think you heard the same pitch. But I'm also quite sure that by the time they come through, most of you, they'll hear more than one no, right? So maybe I'd love to hear, why do you think you will say no, and what can be done to help them get to a yes?
We say no a lot, so maybe I start. No, I think that's a really good question, right? I think a couple of things for us often is, and this goes back a bit to, I think your question you were asking around what kind of instrument and stuff. So one of the tensions I've seen, right, is that when there's not a kind of cooperation between, let's say, grant funding and equity funding, at least the early stage where we are, right? Because we do, I said, up to $500,000, maybe $1 million, right? That's like a stretch for us. Cumulatively, we probably not putting more than, even with the new fund we're raising, we're not going to be putting in more than $4 or $5 million, right, in the business over the lifespan of it. And what some of the things we see is that sometimes you have interesting businesses come to you, but then it's a grant mindset, right? It is a just give me the money, don't ask any questions, just be happy that I'm doing something, right? Which is, we have investors who, expect a return on capital with some kind of, smaller thing. We're not offering, repayable grants, right? It is, money that, people have expectations on the IRRs. And what, that's one of the big things we say no, because, you sometimes have businesses that, for better or worse, as an entrepreneur, you need to raise money. And so if you're not careful, you become a grant writing machine, right? Like, you just know what to say and get the money, but then you forget that, to be sustainable, you need to be profitable, right? I think that's one of the big things we see, right? And then tied with that is unit economics, right? Where a lot of times entrepreneurs we talk to, they think of unit economics, or at least the business, as, the financial statements you're showing us. And if, your revenues are above your cost of goods sold, you're doing great, but sometimes when you look at the unit economics, which is saying take a product, look at what are the revenues, the cost for that product, look at how much time you're going to be taking to pay, put a cost of capital, and then a lot of times you find out that, it's just, scale just means losing more money, right? And so, we've had, and they're not easy conversations, by the way. We've had conversations where a lot of times we try to say, look, here are the reasons why we can't proceed with the deal. And it's not often, we've had situations where somebody's, I'm going to say what they said, but they called us names, so it's fine, it's part of the job. But, I think those are some of the things, right? And I would say, to me at least, and this goes back a bit to local entrepreneurs, one of the things that I personally a bit worry, when I have a business that's telling me they're going to 10 countries, that terrifies me, because doing it well in one is hard enough, looking at 10, But if you look at a lot of the space we're in when this space started, I mean, I remember when we were investing 10 years ago, I mean, everybody told you that we're going to be in 20 countries and we're all going to be rich by year 5. And it just hasn't happened, right? Because they're tough businesses, right? That the reason a lot of people, and at least some of the points I'm picking up here, struggle to invest in the space we're investing in, it's not easy. If it was easy, everybody would have done it, right? They're hard places to invest. And I would say that, again, going back to me, I think big things are just unit economics, right? Just the mindset, right? Because at the end of the day, when you're betting, for us at least, and maybe it's different from my, my peers here, you're betting on people fundamentally, right? And if the mindset is already, look, I just take money, spend it, and then look for the next grant, it's tough, right? Because there's only so much money we have to give, right? So we have to be sort of realistic about that as well. And as I said, last one is just, I mean, I'm not saying, if you're coming to us, tell us, look, you're just going to focus on your village in terms of building your business, but that, I think, be measured, right? Like that, it's a tough business to run, right? We've seen businesses go up and down. So, and I'd say last point, honestly, it's integrity, right? I think that when it's talking to people who own up to their mistakes, I think that's refreshing. I think I get very worried when I'm talking to somebody who's like, yeah, everything is good, nothing, everything. That's terrifying because I'm like, okay, they're hiding something. It's like, you can't run a business without problems, right? And so, but yeah, those are some reasons why we say no. But I said we try. We're not often, it's not in every case, but we often try to give very specific reasons why things haven't worked out. And if things change, come back to us.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to add, I think also from a mezzanine perspective, I think, yeah, we mentioned there's some challenges. I think the challenge of equity in the sector for us has definitely made it difficult to deploy mezzanine financing, because I think we see that going hand in hand with equity in the sector. So when that equity cushion is not, sufficient, or, there's no path, to profitability, I think that also puts, a bit of, it just makes it a bit more risky for us to consider. So thinking through that as well, and also, I guess, speaking to the equity investors in the space and seeing how we can increase equity in the space, because I think that makes it difficult for the debt investors to come in. I think I also wanted to echo what, Tukum said, right? One country at a time. I think sometimes I'm blown away by founders who actually come and say, no, I want to focus on the Liberian market alone, just for now. I think there's something to be said about lean operations. Like, we know the challenges, right? If you can tighten your credit management systems, if you can prove, collection rates, if you can know that strategy and have it at the back of your mind, even when you're coming to speak to an investor, I think it really goes a long way. What we don't want to see is a perfect company, but we want to see someone who knows what the challenges are and is working on them. I think also we've seen, I think the companies that are really doing well, especially the local companies, are focusing one country, trying to have lean operations, really understand the challenges in the market, and are trying to be as dynamic as possible, right? How do we collect, for example, in Uganda? We know that Uganda has, maybe has been said to have very bad collection rates or poor collection rates compared to other countries. How do we, adapt to different markets? I think that's very important for us to see as an investor.
I can highlight. I think I agree with both of you. You've mentioned all the things that are on a general criteria. I'll say two things that are maybe more specific on the equity side. One is when you approach an equity investor, you need to understand how to value your business. And you need to understand how the investor, or at least the investor, needs to give you some indications of valuation. A lot of the time, we get in entrepreneurs, you've put your blood, sweat, tears into a company, and you think it's valued at 100 million. And when an investor comes and says, no, actually, this is valued at 10, you take it personally. So I think there's a lot, specifically on equity side, where we actually have to value the business. We have to dilute ownership. We have to sit on boards or sit on some corporate governance structure and agree things. So I think if you're targeting equity, understand that it will need some loss of control. And the loss of control is not, it's not really a loss, it's gaining additional expertise. So I think that's how entrepreneurs need to look at it, but you also need to partner with the right investor. So I think this goes to, I guess, an earlier question, and sorry if I'm kind of answering two questions at the same time, but another area where concessional capital is required is to test different instruments. So a lot of the funds that we mostly sit on are very mandated. We can do equity. That's the one instrument that we have the ability to deploy. But there's so many other self-liquidating structures that suit different types of businesses. So not every business is meant to have VC-type equity investment. And I think if we tell some entrepreneurs that, they think we're saying we don't believe in you. No, we believe in you, but the instrument has to be correct. So if you want to focus in one village and have an amazing business, that is fine. It's great. It's lovely that you'll be able to master how to do it in a small scale, but you will not return VC-type returns with that type of business. You'll be profitable, which will be great for debt, but also you can structure a revenue-based equity, maybe not equity, what do I call it? Like a revenue share. That would be an easier way of getting the capital you need, not giving control, and then actually growing your business. So there, I think that side of the ecosystem also needs to grow, because what I hear a lot is all businesses need equity, and I don't agree that all businesses need VC-type equity, and I don't agree that all businesses need a certain type of debt. I think if you're a business that wants to grow organically at your pace, set up your structure, I think that is fine. Don't let an investor tell you, no, you need to grow in 10 markets for you to be a viable business. I think you can actually be a strong business serving a small market, but you need the right type of capital. And I think for me, I try to be honest. If I think your business model doesn't look like it's the type that should attract VC type, which has a very specific return element, then I'll tell you, think about different ways of attracting capital, because they're there, and you don't have to give up control, and you can actually grow your business the way you want to grow your business, as opposed to the way a VC investor wants you to grow your business. So that's one thing. And then the second one is, as an equity investor, we need to see an exit. So we're not in your business forever. Our goal is to come in, invest 5 to 7, in reality, maybe 8, 9, 10, but invest a certain number of years, and then we need to be able to exit and recycle our capital or return our capital back to our own investors. So if there's no exit pathway, if we look at the business and there's no way anybody wants to buy your business in 10 years, or buy our stake, it doesn't have to be the entire business, our stake that we've put in, then we're not making that investment. It might be a good business, but we need to get our money out, and we need to think about ways of getting that money out. So profitability is the first, easiest route, and that's why Tukam talked a lot about it, is if your business is profitable, someone else will want to participate in those profits, or someone else will want, or the company will have enough money to buy us out, and those are good options. If your business is not profitable and there's no pathway for a larger investor or an alternative strategic buyer to come in, then I think it becomes hard for us. And that's actually the reality. We see so many great businesses, so sometimes it has nothing to do with the business. It's just the way the instrument is structured requires some, there's a way it works, and those things have to be there for us to make the investment.
Yeah, we have some very smart panelists here. So I have nothing to add, just only to emphasize. I mean, obviously, we're debt, so a lot of times we say we need to see more equity. So I think, yeah, I mean, that's the short answer to it. But, the question is, why do we say no? And I want to link that to really having this clear path to profitability and the track record to back it up, right? And focus. I mean, I think that's really... And sometimes even not just investors, but grant providers can, unfortunately can take away your focus, right? You see this opportunity in your market and you're like, ooh, that could be a nice check. So just keep it focused. And I think as an entrepreneur that has raised money, when an investor tells me no, I always turn it into like okay, not right now, but what do you need to see, right? So I think, if investors aren't providing that information to you when they turn you down, like say, hey, let's have a follow-up, like tell me what you need to see, right? Because that information is gold. And then go back a year later and say, hey, remember I said I was gonna do X, Y, Z, I completed it, okay, maybe I was 9 months late, but I did. I mean, that really helped, Sun Funder raise money, is that, saying we had a path. Yes, we're optimistic because we're entrepreneurs, but we're really only 9 months late on this, right? So yeah, I just wanted to really emphasize what my fellow panelists were saying, and for debt, obviously, we're going to look at path to repayment once you get that equity, and collection efficiency is our favorite phrase, right? All of these businesses are extending credit. We need to see how well you can collect.
Thank you so much. Patrick, do you want to give us some perspective on what you've heard?
That's a lot, but I really appreciate the responses, and I think maybe we're probably going towards the end. First, let me congratulate both AECF and all the companies that are graduating from the REACT program and are at this point. I think it speaks a lot to what's been able to be achieved. And as we would look at this conversation here, I want to first talk about what GOGLA does, right? We are an industry association representing the companies that are primarily in the off-grid sector, solar home system, productive use, and other applications. And for us, we see this question around access to finance being one of the big constraints, both on reaching SDG 7, but also one of the big constraints that our companies face. And really, the work that the REACT program has done, that AECF is doing, the DFIs that have really been supporting this, and the work that all these partners who are partners of GOGLA have been doing. I think one of the things as we reflect, right? I remember in Ricardo's presentation, you've heard this issue of pathway to profitability, but one of the first bullet points that he put up was profitability remains a challenge. So this is one of, I think, some of the things we have to all recognize, and I want to layer this on top of when we're talking about SDG 7, we're talking about reaching the last mile rural communities. We're really serving them that question around how do you do it in a financially sustainable manner. And another thing that was inserted there was this role of subsidies is a big one. If you've been tracking the work GOGLA does, last month, in May, we released a report looking at the 2022 investment, and congratulations to the sector. We saw about 63% increase in investment coming into the space, first time ever over 700 million raised, which was phenomenal for our space. Looking beyond the first layer of numbers, we did see some things that I think also raise a lot of questions that we really want to also wrestle with and ask. You see the concentration in terms of that over 700 million, about 10 companies, the top 10 absorbed about 600 million. When we look now at the second level, and this is what we'd consider the startup, and also, the seed capital where I think most of these companies are, is the level of investment going into that space is definitely not enough. And we are also hearing, particularly from the investors that we hear, that we engage with, that this issue of are the companies over leveraged, which means we need to see more equity coming into the space. Where is the equity coming from? What can we do to attract more equity? Because even as the companies that are able to raise capital or have the right structure, but if it's all coming as debt, but they're over leveraged, where is the equity that's going to come in to accelerate or open up the space for more debt? And these are, I think, some of the big questions that we really need to wrestle with as a sector, as development partners, as everybody that's working on also reaching SDG 7. I think as I wrap up, I want to also ask a question, and I think this really speaks to the role that AECF and the work that they've been doing really speaks to. So listening, apart from, I think, persistent, everybody else is above the $1 million in terms of investment. You have these companies that after 5 years working with AECF are saying, yes, I want $1 million, I want $2 million, I want $5 million. Where is the capital that's preparing the next wave? I think I heard different ways, whether it's bundling them together, or getting that level of investment that provides a window for the next green scene, the next White, the next company? And do we have enough so that, because I think, in investment, you always talk about this valley of death. I think in our sector, it's probably in between the entrepreneur, but then if you've got money when you're $1 million or 2 million ready, and they're like chasing you, but what about getting these companies to that level? Where is that capital coming from? Is it enough? As I wrap up, I want to go to a question Victoria raised early, right, about this 500 million people currently, 550, and what's that figure? I want to give Nigeria as an example. And we saw in the last 2 years under the solar unlocking, the RBF program, that they reached 1.5 million households in last 2 years touched, with a growth of, I think, over 250% growth in the Nigeria market. Phenomenal, no buts there. But I'll add a however. Nigeria today has about 100 million people without energy access. We've reached 1.5 million systems, about 5 million households. So when we talk about scale, when we talk about the level of effort that's needed, are we doing enough? I think this is where the work that organizations like SE for All with the Universal Energy Fund, the work that the new program, the World Bank and its partners like Acumen have announced on REACH, that we really need to do much more to activate much more capital, bring about the public sector finance, that is the that first loss capital, that is that subsidy that really makes it and unlocks for the private sector funding to come in place. I think these are probably some of the nuts we need to crack going forward if we are going to see the rest of the capital coming in, if we're going to make progress towards reaching SDC 7, if we're going to make sure we don't leave anybody behind, if we're going to make sure that these companies that need that capital, it's going to be the grant, it's going to be that concessionary funding, it's that going to be that catalytic funding that we need. And I think these are some of the questions I want to leave with everybody as we wrap up. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you to our excellent panelists. I think we can have a round of applause because we all learned a lot. What I heard just before we invite Sanjeev is that we're all fundraising, basically, as it seems. So you're fundraising, the investors are fundraising, the catalytic investors are fundraising, all towards the same mission and the same goal. And I think creating spaces like that to work together and to align and to be stronger is very critical. I also wanted to say that somehow it's refreshing, but it's also telling that we haven't spoken about carbon finance. But yeah, it's because there are mostly local companies in the room that don't have access to it. So that's also where AECF's role is, I think, in future, is to make sure we create an aggregation vehicle that brings the opportunity of carbon finance to local SMEs in hard-to-reach places and in difficult markets, so that improves their profitability and de-risks them for investors to come in. So that's also a bit of our next mission. And thank you so much for being such active panel. And I think we can open the floor to Q&A. I'm looking for Ricardo's validation. Can we have a Q&A session, or have we run out of time?
If there's a burning question.
Okay, so we'll take 2 burning questions, because I always like to 1 or 2 burning questions here.
Thank you.
Make it sharp and crisp.
All right,
Thanks.
thank you. Thank you for the panelists. Really informative information. Grateful for everything. Thanks, Patrick, for the additional question on behalf of the investees. And I'm going back to what Patrick asked. I want to put you in a setup of who we are, solar home systems, SMEs, and we understood earlier that we thought pay-as-you-go would take 5 years for profitability. We were wrong. It takes 8 years. Let's put in COVID. Now, why no? So you say it's profitability, basically. But we know that. And we know I won't reach there soon. I want you to give me a reason of the no, knowing that it takes 5 to 8 years.
No, I can take that quickly. It's
Plus,
not a... So, let me give you perspective about persistent, right?
Before you come in the end, what's going to happen, it's going to go to the ones with deeper pockets, right? And what we do as startup SMEs in our countries, locally owned, we go the extra mile. We reach the unreachable. It costs even more to us than to the others that got it because their books were looking better, right? Yeah, yeah. So let's have this candid, and right to the point.
Yeah, yeah.
It's us, and you're there.
No, I mean, I don't have an answer. I'm not going to answer for everybody, but I'll answer, I think, from persistence perspective, right? So one of the things that's interesting, and maybe this is one of those, I think your question around, how can DFIs help, right? So we're raising a $100 million fund for exactly this, right? Where we're like, hey, look, we've been in this market. We know that you don't turn profitable in 5 years, right? But we've had conversations. We had one yesterday where DFI essentially is like, well, you know that your 12 plus 1 plus 1 thing, we're going to have to talk about it, right? Because, right, like in their world, they're used to a Silicon Valley model where it is 5 years of deployment, maybe 7, then 10 years, you're giving the money back, right? And that's one of the things we're pushing for, but I can tell you it's not easy, right? Where we're saying, look, these businesses do not mature in 5 years, right? That 8 years, that's when you're starting to sort of like have breathing space. So it's a thing, it's a fight that we're trying to have, right? But I can tell you it's not an easy one because, it takes a lot of mindset change. That a lot of DFIs that we talk to, they're just not used to, right? These kind of long term. And then I think to Patrick's point around the debt, part of attraction of debt is the self-liquidating, right? That like, at some level, right, if you don't pay, I'll call default. When I invest equity, I can't call you, I can't tell you like, well, I'm looking at my money, where is that? Right? Once I put it in, it's gone, right? And so it's a hard battle, and I think it's one wide fighting, and that's why I said earlier, at least for us, we enjoy what we do, but it's tough markets, and it's dealing with tough investors because there's just a certain way of thinking about things, and it takes time to shift that, right? Like every time we've talked to investors, when they hear anything past 10 years, they sound like you're coming from another planet. It's like, we're like, well, in Africa, it's what happens. But, it's the fight we're having, and hopefully, we're making progress. But, I completely hear you.
I mean, a lot of hype, and they didn't meet the promises either, right? So, I mean, I don't have the answer, to be honest. I mean, we are intermediaries, so we're literally in the middle, just being like, but the market says this, and the investor's like, but we need this, and we're trying to like piece things together, right? And then sometimes come up with like artificial ways to bridge the gap. So this is why it's important to have these catalytic investors hear that from you. So thanks for your very straight to the point question. Sometimes I'm like, oh, well, we're looking at this, impact linked outcomes funding so that we can kind of increase, the revenue stream to companies that are doing harder to reach or women-owned business, et cetera. Sometimes it seems overcomplicated, but this is really what we're resorting to, right? And that's the stuff that we're seeing. I'm seeing other venture building type of models that are really now more and more focused on building businesses like yours and accelerating that pathway as well. But yeah, it's a good question.
Can I, just one quick one. I think as an ecosystem, I think we've started to see things that potentially might change that profitability calculation. And I think someone talked about local assembly incorporating local components. So when we're thinking about unit economics, in some markets, it's starting to make more sense to start manufacturing locally because the global supply chain is completely still recovering from COVID and the impacts of that. You have FX, you have all these things that are now making it even more expensive to deploy assets. So I think, yes, we are all we wish we could just deploy, but we also have our own constrictions, but we are seeing some things around the ecosystem that hopefully start to make these businesses potentially profitable sooner. And I think with COVID and everything that has happened since, with the cost of inputs, cost of solar modules, all these things that has really skyrocketed, we've started to see entrepreneurs actually being very, very intentional on being profitable first. And I do think that that is something that's going to keep happening. So entrepreneurs will stop or will kind of divert from, I need to raise one round, then raise the next round in 12 months, then raise the third round in 12 months, because that's becoming much, much harder to do. So I think overall, there are some things happening that can actually help a business achieve that profitability sooner than the 8 years. But as Tukam says, majority will take an 8-year horizon, and we have a 10-year, he's hoping to get 12 years plus one. Our fund will have a 10-year horizon. That means in 10 years, we need to give the money back. So if you give us your money in 8, and we took 3 years to invest, we already passed the timeline. So I hope that's at least a bit.
Thank you very much, panelists, for the other issues that have been raised and tackled. I know that for sure the reason why we're in business, apart from the passion, is also because of profitability. But there are lots of unforeseen risks in our sector that no matter how much we put it on paper, no matter how much we think about it, it just comes without even realizing it. One of them for us in Nigeria is even FX. That's number one. And right now, with what has happened in Nigeria, no more parallel market. You can't even go with your Form M, to get anything from the CBN now. So our prices have skyrocketed to 3 times what it used to be. And these are costs that we cannot pass through to customers because it would not make us what it is that we're claiming, that this is affordable and renewable for people in the base of that don't even have money to begin with. So no, we have not been able to address these questions, but I hear, when you said, Audrey, when you said, actually I don't know the answer to this, So we have not been able to know exactly how to mitigate all these unforeseen, risks, that are there. And when it cost me so much money to go light up someone in a village because I'm passionate about that community, and on the way now, petrol, the fuel to get there, it's going to be so expensive now. And all these things, all these granular costs that we never think about are there. We don't know how to. That's why it looks as though the sector is not profitable. But when people who can put together very, very good proposals, because that was what was happening initially, that's why I've been in business since 2016. I'm just only able to raise $10 million. But other people who can put together very good stories were able to raise that. But because, we're dealing with realities, we know these communities, we know these people. Most of these people are actually related to us somehow. So there's that emotional tie. But we still have to do what we have to do to give electricity to them. So we don't have any ways, even we need patient funds. From the numbers that I'm hearing right now, sounds like patient, if it's going to be like 6-7 years. I've raised crowd fund before. I've had to liquidate my personal savings to pay that crowdfunding. Yes, it was that deep because we didn't want it to look, we didn't want to look bad, and in Nigeria, we're just good managers of situation. We didn't want to look bad to them, but they would never know that I've had to, liquidate my own personal savings just so, I could meet up with the payment. Now, the question to you is triple jump. I've met with you before. I've sent documentations to you. I didn't even hear back from you after that. So the question is, what do we need to do to hear back from you? I know, that you have a lot of issues that you're dealing with. Like sometimes I'll forget that I actually applied for this when I hear from you like 3 years later. Like, oh yeah, bring this. I'm like, oh, okay. I didn't even realize I was still talking with you. So I've sent some things to you. I would prefer that if you look at my document and it doesn't meet the criteria or it doesn't have what it takes, just tell me this, it's not there. Then I could just swing into action quickly. And because I'm swift like that, we want to make this work. you know. So now that I'm about to I just raised debt and I want to balance my equity. When I leave here, I have meetings with my equity investors. I don't know how long that is going to take, you know, and so I believe from my understanding of mezzanine, that's where it comes in. Can you please shed a little bit more light as to, can you give me that money while I'm waiting for them to make up their minds? You know what I mean? You know, so,
wow.
Thank you.
Well, so just to begin, apologies that, yeah, you weren't reached out to. And indeed, I think if you're not reached out to, I think please send a follow-up email and I'll make sure that someone from our team reaches out. I think one of the challenges, I think when we discussed the first time, is also the focus. I think she mentioned focus of companies. I think what we saw was the strategy of the company, right? Having, I think we probably looked at your materials, but having the strategy of the company really clear cut and having focus on one or two aspects, it seemed like there was a lot going on, and maybe we can discuss that later. But I think in terms of mezzanine, you said you've raised equity, is it? And you've raised debt, and you have a good equity cushion? You're looking for equity, so you're looking for a combination of, I guess, debt and equity, mezzanine, as you wait to raise equity, right? I have equity investors that we're talking now. Okay. So you need bridge financing as you raise equity. Okay, great. Yeah, I think we can definitely have a conversation because I think that's really the role that mezzanine plays. As the company is waiting to raise equity, then we can come in with some level of mezzanine financing and also see where you are along the equity raise, right? You know, who are you speaking to? What is the progression of those conversations, and how much are you raising, etc., just to really understand, yeah, how we can support.
Working. So how do we do that? Sanjeev, do you want to join us here, or do we go back? Yes? Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Ada. Can you hear me? I'm Sanjeev Devi Prasad. I'm the director for the Investments Advisory. And I have a science background. So I'm a scientist first, an engineer next, and for my sins I ended up in banking, and I now masquerade as a transaction advisor, right? So I'd be happy to respond on quite a few of the points, but I think we have a few minutes left. So I've also been known to tell my team, the EXCO team, I just need a minute to talk about this here, and then we go to 30 minutes. So I promise I'm not gonna bore you with that today. But before I end, I am going to tell you a story that's based on the butterfly effect and uses something called, you know, electron entanglement theory, and hopefully you're going to find it quite interesting. But before we do that, firstly, thank you. So this is also, sorry, before I continue, I realize what a dangerous position I'm sitting in because I'm sitting between you and lunch. So I'm going to make this pretty quick. So firstly, thank you very much to FCDO and also the team that had the vision that started this journey in 2015. We're sitting in 2023, and we always think it's a 5-year program that, you know, that's come to an end, but actually it's an 8-year program. And thank you to the team for their persistence, their perseverance, and also the vision that they had in 2015 to achieve what we have achieved. Secondly, thank you to the portfolio team and advisory team at the AECF. I just joined the AECF in June 2022, and I had the privilege of working in the portfolio for the first 8 months that I was there, and that I'm still there. And I can tell you that whilst you see on stage all of the success stories, you don't necessarily see the blood, sweat, and tears that the portfolio managers and also the advisory team put in bringing the investees who are truly graduating today, bringing the investees up the curve. And it's really a proud moment to be sitting in the crowd today, to be hearing the investees talk with such authority on their capital stack, on their debt needs, their equity needs. understanding how the use of funds will be used to expand these businesses, and also a further congratulatory note to the investees for being realistic in terms of the capital that they need. You know, some of these may sound like smaller tickets than what some of our professional investors are used to, but this is where the need is right now. This is where the sweet spots really lie in terms of opportunity and growth. Also to the investees, thank you for having the humility and flexibility to learn and grow with the AECF during this journey. And thank you to yourselves as attendees, and also to our fantastic panelists who've driven several insights and also were able to share some of their risk appetites, as you've seen on the last panel. So thank you to all. So now time for the little story based on the butterfly effect, or the way I see it. In 2017, 2018, UK Aid made a grant available to GSMA, right? And GSMA used that to fund their innovation fund. One of the recipients of that innovation fund was a small telecoms company. And the whole point of this aid, which was £330,000, was to prove that rural connectivity is a viable business for mobile network operators, right? So this company used the money to erect 5 rural telecom towers. These rural telecom towers are significantly different to macro base stations, right? They have an antenna, they have a satellite backhaul component, and they're purely powered by solar and battery. So the cost is low, and it's meant to be in rural. And they did this in Uganda. The reason they did this was the dominant mobile network operator, or MNO, as we say it at the time, was saying that we couldn't really expand into rural because there's no real market there. Our assessment, backed up by government, is that the areas you're putting these towers in, there's at most 1,000 people in each of these villages, right? Using that grant, they proved that there was a minimum of 5,000 people in each of those villages. And they also proved that with the data connectivity that is 2G going up to 4G, it proved to be quite a lucrative market, right? They would not have been able to do that without the power of that grant. That grant was so powerful, and the insights therefrom, that it led this mobile network operator, being MTN, to launch an Africa-wide rural expansion. So today, this company that started off with an EBITDA of less than $1 million is successfully raising $120 million to roll out 2,000 towers into South Sudan, Liberia, Sierra Leone, Nigeria, and Tanzania. And their vision is to get to 6,000 towers. Now, of all of the insights that I wanted to comment on, the one that affects me the most, as Audrey would know, is the profitability of solar home systems, right? And the future sustainability. You should be listening with rapt attention to what I'm saying to you, especially with respect to the rural connectivity. Because one of the critical success factors for a solar home system on a going forward basis, solar home system company on a going forward basis, is that connectivity. Why? Because some of the models you use right now allows you to remotely switch on the solar home system depending on whether somebody has paid or not, right? If you are willing to invest a little bit more so that your solar home system uses something like a SIGNET platform for data communication, and you are then able to record when the instrument is switched on, when it is switched off, and how much it is charged, you are then able to stand in line to access carbon credits. And these particular carbon credits for solar home systems are extremely high quality carbon credits. Why? Because the verification process is so simple. And we have hard data. So the reason I was telling you the story is the butterfly effect. If we did not have this grant being given to us, today we would not possibly be sitting with a solution that will address future profitability for solar home system companies. The carbon credits are the fastest growing commodity that we have seen this century. McKinsey values the carbon credit market by 2050 to be approximately $12 trillion, right? if as a renewable energy company, you're not looking at how you can leverage carbon credits right now, you are going to be disintermediated. The carbon credits offer a viable strategic solution as a structuring instrument in your future capital. I'll give you a very simple example, and this is happening today. There are companies that have already started doing this today, right? So if you look at the Pico solar solution, it costs about $4. Most entities are selling it between $6 and $8. And if you look at the solution on its own, it's not attractive from a carbon credit perspective because it's like 0.01 credits. However, when you start looking at it from another perspective, it takes 11 picosolar units to create one carbon credit. If you are distributing 750,000 of these at a cost of $4, your cost of sales is approximately $3 million, right? Still sell it for $6, it's fine because you still have to make a profit. But if you structure in the carbon credit for this picosolar unit, and if you follow this example of going for a premium credit, you can access a price of up to $20 a ton. So 750,000 units, where 11 units gives you one carbon credit, you'll find out that every year, if you encourage the usage, we have 100% usage, you're actually sitting on approximately 68,000 credits, right? 68,000 credits you sell, and especially the Japanese will buy it because of the type of premium it commands at $20, is approximately $1.3 million. These carbon credit programs are registered over a 5-year period. You do that calculation, you see you're sitting on a potential of $6.3 million, which you're not aware of, but that is your asset, right? So similarly, you're sitting as rural Africa. Rural Africa is sitting on an immense amount of carbon credits. We're doing a lot of work with Sistema Bio, who's using these biodigesters and accessing carbon credits through them. We're also starting to look at clean cooking to assist, and the carbon credits are much more lucrative in the clean cooking space just from a volume perspective. So all I'm saying is that as a solar home system company, take a step back. Look at what you have as a strength. One of your strengths is you've built a fantastic distribution network, right? So look at what other products you can push down that distribution network that's going to allow you to access these carbon credits. When you'll have time, speak to our advisory team headed up by Angelos there. He'll show you how you can give these stoves away for free, right? And as long as you are part of the monitoring evaluation where you're encouraging the use, you will make more money off the carbon credits than the sale of the stove. Similarly on your solar home system. So, you know, opportunity abounds, opportunities exist. You're really limited by your imagination right now, but we're happy to help you be an imagination partner. Okay, so with that, thank you. And I just wanted to say that, once again, thank you very much to FCDO. We do believe that the nature of the grant space is changing, will probably need to change as we try and deliver much more leveraged impact. And we've designed 3 separate instruments that we'd like to talk to you all in the near future about that has the promise of really delivering huge amounts of impact for very, very small amounts of investment. And with that impact, we think that we can address several of the questions that the professional commercial lenders have placed on the table with respect to FX risk and so on and so forth. So it's what we're driving towards is what we call polymorphic capital, multifunctional capital that we could use in several forms. And with that, I would bring this event to a close. But before I do that, just to mention to you, lunch is served on the terrace. It's on the extreme right. But before you go for lunch, make sure you meet a very important person, Jeanette. She'll give you a voucher, which will then qualify you to participate in lunch. And now I'm going to hand over to Ricardo. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And yeah, once again, thank you all. And I think Sanjeev has closed this perfectly. So we have lunch. Hopefully we have some time to interact during lunch and after. But just before, do go to Jeanette to get your voucher for lunch. Lunch will be served on the far right. But just before, we can have some nice photos all together. And our communications team, Solomon. So we will do the photos right outside. So as you collect your voucher, we will direct you to where we can take the photo. Thank you.